opposite stage. There can't be nobody else, I'ma be myself. So they gon' have to watch me treat myself. You make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? Yeah, you make it look good. Don't let it watch yourself, huh? Cause you make it look good. You make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? Yeah, you make it look good. Don't let it watch yourself, huh? Cause you make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? You make it look good. You make it look good. Watch yourself, huh? Yeah, you make it look good. Don't let it watch yourself, huh? Cause you make it look good.
Yo, we make it look good over here. Welcome to the Native Tribe Show. That's right, it is Tribe Tuesday. And y'all know on Tribe Tuesdays, every now and then, I have a little guest, a little friend of mine comes over. And I say little, but I don't mean little in stature and I don't mean little in voice. Because when it comes to these YouTube streets, she is a legend. You all know her as the Lenore. Okay. All right. I know her as VPOC. All right. This woman literally Thanos snapped a human being off the YouTube streets. It's documented. I seen it happen myself, y'all. She a gangster. Okay. She a gangster. And let me tell you something. One of the blackest people that I ever met in my life. All right. Her blackness is intimidating. All right. Her blackness is intimidating. Okay. Now, if you all don't believe that her blackness is intimidating, not only did she Thanos snap a human being off these YouTube streets, but also she is the only person out here in these YouTube streets, in this Nesto cinematic universe, that has had Sonya Waller Durham Jackson III hang up on her twice. Okay? That shit is an accomplishment. All right? Now I'm gonna bring up my friend in a minute, my friend Vila. Now I'm gonna bring her up. But first, let's see who is here with us this evening. The only black but not bitter is here first. That is my hero. Shirley's divorce finally says hello, chat. I'll be in and out of the chat today. Keep me and my family in your prayers. My dad passed today. Shirley's divorce finally. Let us take a moment. We're going to take a moment to pray for you, to pray for your family, to pray for your family's comfort, to pray for your mental health and strength, because you're going to need it during this very trying time. So, tribe, if you would, please meditate, send positive vibes, pray, whatever you do. Let's take a moment for Shirley's divorce finally. Shirley's divorce finally, we are wishing the best for you and your family during this trying time. If you need for us to be a distraction for you, that is exactly what we will be this evening. All right. All right. Ms. Nisi is in the house. Hello, Ms. Nisi. How are you? D Dub is in the building. I got Nesto Shackle Shuffle Walk of Shame in the building with me. Portia Matthews is here, says, hello, everyone. I've kicked off my shoes, waiting for the show to begin. Well, guess what, Portia Matthews? We are here. The show is about to go on. Coffee's Brewing is in the building, says, hey, hey, hey. Hello, Coffee is Brewing. How are you? Sonia's Boots is in the building, says, hey, V in chat. Hello, Sonia's Boots. How are you? Blue Bear in the house. I got Seven Ward Tweet in the house. I got Jay Blake in the building. Dimples Wimples in the house. Part of that notorious Native Tribe Urban Media Mod Squad. Hello, Dimples Wimples. How are you? Jackson Tabasco in the building. Ladies, thank you all for everything that you do behind the scenes. Who else is in here? I got Muffin 218. I got Muffin 218 in the building. I got Jay Blake in the building. Tell me that part, says Hey Tribe. Y'all can tell I'm excited about this, right? We gonna go over what the scene of the crime, y'all. This is where it all started at, okay? This is where it all started, and I am too excited to get there. Sound checker net. in the building. Tanya be here, indeed be here. Natasha Razor Glam in the building. Justin's mom is here. Ducky Dexter is in the house. CW is here. Sleepy Libra. Mary Willis is in here. Hello, Mary Willis. How are you? Tanya be here. Let me see. April B. Mary Willis. Bevy C. Uh-huh. Bevy C is here. Bevy C said, Native, I thought you was taking the day off. Nope. There are no days off over here at Native Tribe Urban Media. Even when y'all don't see me, I am working my ass off. Please believe it. Thank you for coming in, Bevy C. I do appreciate that. CW in the house. Sakina Asalifi is here. Says, hey, 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 hello, hello, hello. RR flag on the play. Says, well, all right then. Yes, indeed. Aunt Natty in the house. Shanna Queen B is in the house. Golden Pearl is here. Ms. Mad About Music is in the building. Erica Watson is here. Beautifully Made 13 in the house. Joanna AW says, eyes here. Reefs and Muff's mom is in the building. Chick-fil-A gal is here. Loving Life. What up, though? Loving Life. Hello, Cat is also in the building. I got Jennifer has made it in. Del Sol is joining us on this Tuesday. E.T. Waller Williams is in the house. Hello, hello, hello. Cross Country Cruise Her has made it in. Irie Vibes is made it in. Retro in My Fro. Good to see you. Beautifully Made 13. Everybody put up your prayers for Shirley's divorce finally and her family. Thessie Jewel is in the building. A Lady 747. Make It Rain NYC is also here. Victoria has made it in. I got Tracy has also made it in. Rainbow has made it in. Kimmy K also in the building. Diva Shawnee says hi, Native and Tribe. Y'all, the hotness. You the hotness, Diva Shawnee. Don't put that on us. Ms. Ree is in the house. Sherry Berry 11 has made it in, has made it in. Cross Country Cruiser has put it in and also has given the first super chat. Let's see. Cross Country Cruiser says this is going to be good. You better believe that, Cross Country Cruiser. You better believe that. Sleepy Libra. I got Broiqua is in the house. Says hello, Native and all. I got Sis B traveling. Then traveled over to the Native Tribe and is here this evening. Good evening, everyone. Allie B in the house. I got let me see, Latoya Gibson is in the house. Hello, Latoya Gibson. How are you? Del Sol in the house. Bridget Girl says happy Tuesday, Native. Hello, Bridget Girl. How are you? Hope you are doing well. Let me see. Southside Shot Town 73. Got you covered. Miss HLS, my dialogue coach in the house, says, hey, Native and chat. Hello, Miss HLS. Let me see. Is everybody accounted for? GC says hi, Native and Tribe. All right. And I got to the back ball in, who says hi all. Allie B says hi, Native and Tribers. Now, I don't want to delay this too much longer, y'all. Okay. I don't want to delay this too much longer. You want to talk about the hotness? Okay. You want to talk about the hotness? Because somebody said that we was the hotness. Now I don't know about me, because I'm pretty cool, you know. COOL. What that spell? Cool. That's me. Okay. Now the hotness is what I'm about to bring up. All right. The hotness is the one that I'm about to bring up. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gonna be all right because tonight, this Tuesday, I got the one and only V Lenore. Now, only me 23. Thank you so much for the super sticker or the super chat. I do appreciate that. Um, Columbus, Ohio's own. Okay. Columbus, Ohio's own. They proud of her, y'all. As well they should be. Okay. They are proud of this young lady right here in all of her accomplishments. Okay. All right. Columbus, Ohio's own V. Lenore. Hold on, let me get you up here, V. Lenore. Hold on. Hold on. V. Lenore.
Hello, 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 hello. Can y'all
Yeah,
hear me?
yes, they can hear you, Lenore. They can absolutely hear you. Yes, they
Oh,
can.
good, good.
Yes, they
Yay.
can. Let
Hi,
me adjust.
tribe.
Let me just adjust this screen. Lenore.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Trying to make some adjustments so that we can make this
I see
thing
you.
so
Look,
we
you're
can
making things bigger and smaller and moving them around. Okay.
we ain't in StreamYard no more.
I
We
see.
we are no longer restricted by the StreamYard restrictions. Okay.
Okay. All right.
We ain't doing that no more, V. It's 2025.
Okay.
And
Okay.
we
We
didn't
are
upgrade.
evolving.
We didn't upgraded.
Okay.
Okay. We ain't playing with them no more, V.
I ain't mad.
All right. We ain't over here falling asleep on our streams. Okay.
We ain't doing that
We ain't doing that.
because our shit be interesting. Is that
Our
what you're
shit
saying?
is interesting, even to us.
Right.
Okay. Even to us, it's
Mm-hmm.
interesting. We ain't finna sit up and fall asleep on our own shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what we do over here.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird shit.
That's super weird. That is super weird. Sit up there
Ye-
falling asleep while folks getting cussed out.
Look, I got a question. So,
Yes.
I know this is not what the stream is about, but I'm watching you do what you're doing. Now, once you have set up this space the way you want it, will you have to come back and do this like the next time around, or every time like you and I were to go live, would this already be set up like this?
Oh no, it would be set up like this. The reason why I had to do it right now was just because I had went out and came back in. But other than that, it would be set up like this. Yeah.
Okay, so but that's what I'm saying. It would stay like that. Like next week, you could just set up this show and it would
Hmm.
already be set up the way you have it now.
Absolutely. As long as it's in the same studio. So
Okay,
when you go back to the studio, all your settings are still set up for that particular studio.
gotcha, gotcha.
Hmm.
Okay, all right
Hmm.
now.
Absolutely. Bridget girl, thank you so much for the super chat. Says pair character putting his hand in front of mouth while blushing. Yeah, that sounds like Dre. Are you describing Dre? A pair character putting his hand in front of his mouth while blushing?
There. Mm-mm.
Nestos. Nestos. Yeah, that sounds like Dre. It
It does.
sounds
It
like a
does.
good description of Dre.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now, the how is the move going? How's everything going on with that?
The move is still going. I'm at a stopping point right now, but I still have more to do. I'm at least out of the old space. I have things out of or that are in storage. Now I'm in the process of trying to figure out what I can ship ahead of time prior
Hmm.
to my car going, scheduling the car to go out soon, and I literally should be trying to be out of here by the first week of May.
Okay. All right.
But there's still stuff to be done. But I think the physically taxing things, that
Hmm.
stuff is pretty much taken care of. Praise God for that.
Okay.
So now I'm just trying to work through some other stuff.
Okay. Awesome. So, have you decided which gang you're going to join once you go over there? It's a very
No, I
serious
have
question.
not. I do not want to be forced to make such a commitment here on air.
Okay.
But I'm
Okay.
thinking, I'm looking into it. I'm looking into
Okay.
it. Okay.
Okay.
I
I mean,
don't speak
honestly,
Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't think I could join any of the Hispanic gangs. So I have to look at you know the other minorities. Like I don't know that the black gangs want me as a part of their team.
okay.
I don't know if there are any Asian gangs out there.
Okay.
That are good with math and cook really good fried rice. I
Wow.
think
Wow.
that I
Okay.
might be able to get on with them,
Okay.
but I don't know about the black gangs. I gotta go back, do my research, figure it out, see if I'm even eligible.
Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, personally, I think that maybe the Bloods might be a better fit for you. Pyru,
What
possibly.
would you
I can
suggest?
see you rocking those colors really, really well.
I
Okay.
do wear a lot of red. I know.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
I know. And that's
Right.
what see, that's one reason why I know the Crips would probably have an issue with me. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Okay.
Because there's a lot of red going on
Okay.
over here. But
Okay.
when I make a commitment to something, I know how to switch it up, you know.
Okay.
Are
Okay.
there any gangs that wear all black?
Um, ninjas.
I could
Um,
create a black ninja gang, maybe.
wow. Always the innovator. Always the innovator.
I'll try.
Okay. Always the innovator. Okay. All right. So we'll we'll figure out that part, right? Ms. HLS, thank you so much for the super chat. Says happy Tuesday Tuesday. I don't know what that means. I don't shop
Not
at T.
Team Tuesday.
I don't shop at T. I don't. I don't. Um. Oh, look. See, all you have to do is ask the question, V. Lenore, and the
What?
only black but not bitter will have an answer. She says, musicians wear all black.
Well, then that's the gang I'm gonna join.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. Ask Wiz what chapter? What area? You know, can I join his? I mean, I know I'll be on the different coast, but anyway.
Look, V. Lenore is here, y'all. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back, way back, back into time. Okay, when I was introduced to a young lady from Columbus, Ohio, named V. Lenore. I had never heard of V. Lenore, right? And so and so I hear on the YouTube streets, Sonya did an interview. And it wasn't a softball interview. It was an actual interview. Somebody, I said, well, who the hell did that? And they said Villanor. I said, well, who the fuck is Villanor? I said, I don't know that name. Who is Villanor? Does she work at CNN? Is she at MSNBC? Who is Villanor? I had no idea who the hell Villanor was. So
Mhm.
then I went on over and I did my due diligence by putting your name into the search engine of YouTube, and
Mhm.
up popped my friend. And when I saw this woman, I said, okay, she's cute. But what can she
Thank
do?
you, Native.
What can she do? What can this cute woman on my screen do? And then I watched the interview, y'all. My.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't mean to interrupt you. I made the mistake of looking over at the chat. Do you see what that damn black but not bitter said?
Hold on. V. Lenore,
I mean,
Mr. Black but not bitter will get you jumped into the musician squad.
not jumped in.
You can't jump in V. Lenore, damn it. V.
Oh,
Lenore don't
gee.
fight.
I know. I don't know. I don't want to be. How? What does that entail? I wonder. You know. Golly. Golly. I'm so sorry, Native. I'm sorry I interrupted you. But blame it on black but not bitter.
No, 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 no. It's totally Black but not bitter's fault. Look, Black but not bitter, V. Lenore can't get jumped into a gang. See if Mr. Black but not bitter can find another way to get her in. Like maybe a coin flip, maybe a game of
Right.
chance. Okay. We can't
Right.
get V. Lenore jumped in.
Right. I
All
put
right.
ask whoever can beat me in a game, a full game of spades, or I don't know, a cooking competition,
A
or
cook a cooking competition. That sounds good.
something like that. You know, a
Hmm.
dance off or something. I don't
Hmm.
know, but not.
Hmm.
I don't know what else could there be. I don't want to get beat down.
No, no, it's not
Mm-mm.
worth it.
My jail
It's
friends
not
aren't
worth
around to protect me.
it. Right. Right, right. Ms. HLS said, and you fell in love, native. I kind of did, Ms. HLS. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of did. I kind of did. I'm gonna keep it real. Look, Ms. HLS. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. It was nothing but love since that night, Miss HOS. I'm
Oh.
be honest with you. I'm be honest with you, okay? I
Mhm.
said, "This beautiful woman right here is taking down, um, who has become a YouTube menace. She is putting her in her place in the nicest, most professional way possible." Now
Huh.
now, V, before we get
Mhm.
into it, right?
Okay.
Let the people know who have I know you've told this before. Let the people know what the pre-interview was like with this woman.
Um, so initially, and I told this a little bit of this recently, where when I, started to follow the storyline, because let's be honest, I was not following the storyline until Shirley Strawberry came on the radio show apologizing to Steve. Until
Mhm,
that point, I wasn't even really paying that much attention. And that happened around September or so. So it wasn't until around late October that I really started to follow the story. But hadn't gone all the way back. I was one of those people that Sonya would ridicule and say, well, you're just jumping in halfway in the conversation. Okay. Well, that's what I did. I jumped in halfway, midway into the conversation, and I started, watching mainly Nyla. I don't think I saw anything other than Nyla and phone calls from prison at that point. Then when I saw that she did the interview with Tasha K, that piqued my interest further. So that was December when I saw that interview. And it was around that time that I said, I think I want to interview her. But I didn't move on it right away. So mid January takes place, or comes around. And I want to say I heard that she did an interview with Sylvia. Now,
mhm,
to be honest, my thought was, oh, well, wait a minute. Because I knew it might have been a little hard to get the average person to go from Tasha K to my platform.
mhm,
But once I saw she had left Tasha K's and did an interview with Sylvia, I said, oh, well, yeah, I'm going to ask her now. Okay. Because
good,
I wasn't impressed with the fact that she went over to speak with Sylvia. And the little bit that I saw, because I couldn't get through the whole interview with Sylvia. I couldn't do it because the
mhm,
girl was just talking, nonstop. So I reached out to a friend of mine that I knew a little bit about Sonya because I saw where she went to high school. I knew the age range. So I reached out to someone who actually did know her, but didn't know her well. Like, I think my friend was acquainted more with her brother than she was with Sonya, but she
mhm,
knew the family for sure. And she didn't know much, but I said, "Hey, do you think that she would do an interview with me?" She was like, "Girl, I haven't talked to her in years or whatever." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, do you mind if I use your name to let her know that she and I have a mutual friend?" And she said, "Yeah, no problem." So I reached out to Sonya. It wasn't hard to find her. Anybody can do it, okay? And anybody can call her, and she might just answer. All right. And I called her and she answered, but she didn't say hello. It was like, bring, bring, bring. And I was like, Sonya? She said, who's calling? I said, "Hi, my name is V. Lenore." And then I told her, that I saw her interview with Tasha K. I'm very interested in hearing, more about her relationship with Ernesto. And, since she is an advocate for him, I'd like to hear more about his case. And I told her, we have a mutual friend, and that sort of thing. And she was more than happy to talk to me then. And we talked for 2.5 hours. She talked. We mainly, once I set up the interview, I told her, okay, well, great. But she kept saying things. She kept bringing up things that she wanted to discuss. And then she'd say something that didn't sound right. And I'd ask a question. And then that would calls her to answer for another 15 minutes about something. And I said, well, look, I don't want to have this conversation with you. I tried to shut her down multiple times. I said, I don't want to have this conversation with you. I would much rather, hold on. Hey, Diva Tomboyish. Hey. Um, Shout out to Diva Tomboyish from the Black sector has just dropped through. But anyway, I basically, told her I didn't want to talk about all this stuff with her now because I really want to have an organic conversation. And I didn't want to forget what I wanted to ask. And I didn't want her to say something here that, I just didn't want to have to go through the same conversation over and over. And what I will say is that 2-hour conversation was so draining because initially I was asking that she interview with me that night
Hmm.
because I didn't want any space in between. Like, oh, you're available? You want to do the interview? Let's do it tonight. And if so basically we had agreed to do it that night, but she had talked to me for over 2 hours, so I did not have it in me to do another 2 hours with her because it was easily going to be that. So I
Right.
said, well, how about this, let's do it tomorrow. And then she agreed, and here we are.
Wow. Wow. So a perfect stranger calls her, and she is
Yes.
willing to talk to a perfect stranger for 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Now, did that trigger something in you to say, "Oh shit, this heifer crazy"?
Oh yes, immediately, because I could tell, like, she was like, she did not want to end the conversation. It was I can't explain it. I on multiple occasions throughout that conversation, I kept saying, "No, okay, wait. Don't answer that question or don't say anything else because this says got my mind reeling right now. How about, look, let's just cut this off." She's like, "Yeah, but da, 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 da." You know how Sonya is. Half
Mhm.
the time she's not listening. When
Right.
she's talking, she doesn't want to be interrupted. And if you go to interrupt her based upon something she's saying, she's going to talk louder and talk over you and switch the gears, or she'll try anyway. So, yeah, I knew that she was a little touched at that point because she would not let me go. She would not let me off the phone. So, we talked, and then finally I said, okay, look, I said, let's change this to tomorrow.
Mhm.
And so I knew I need to stay engaged with her though over that next day because people commit to things and sometimes they disappear, or
Right.
you know whatever. So I just said, hey, you're an advocate for him. Let's hear what you have to share, and how you want people to support him. So that was my selling point for her, and she came.
Wow. And the rest, of course, is YouTube history. Um,
Yes.
because because I remember watching it, and I remember I had seen the stiletto bosses, and I think I saw the Sylvia thing, and I was just thinking, like, why does nobody ask this woman the right questions? Like, what is wrong? What am I missing? And then I watched your interview and I was like, thank you, Lord. Thank the Lord. Somebody is finally asking her. And what I liked about what you do, and we are going to get into the actual interview, but what you all will notice that V. Lenore does, and to me does better than most, is V. Lenore has a way, and it's not just Sonya, even with the Bun C. What's his name? Jerron Hurt?
Jerron hurt. Yeah.
Yes, even with the Jerron Hurt interview, whenever Villanor has a point to make, she makes it, but it's in the most subtle of ways, and it's in the most professional of ways, and she does it with a smile. So what you all are going to see tonight is you are going to see the dismantling of an idiot, but it's the dismantling of an idiot in the most gentle way possible, even giving life advice along the way. I love it. I absolutely love it. So, so, so we are going to get into this call. V, is there anything you want to tell the people before we get into this call?
Mm-mm, not a thing. These people
Okay.
know who we dealing with. Hell,
Okay.
they knew her better than I did when I did this interview. So what the fuck do the people want to tell me? That's what I want to know. What the fuck do the people want to tell me? Shit.
Well, Karen SFV did a great job on the interview. You really did. And for those that weren't able to see it or those that just want to see it again, we are about to get into it, Victoria. Let's get it started, V.
Okay. And
Okay.
thank you, Karen. Thank you for that. Hey, everybody. How you doing? This is Lenore. Welcome to the Lenore Show. How y'all doing today? Hey to everybody in the chat. So what I did just now, just so we're clear, I did just go live on both channels, on both the main channel, the Lenore Show channel, as well as the Lenore Uncut channel. Okay. Now, just so we're clear, tonight we're talking about an interesting story that has probably overwhelmed the internet, especially the Black YouTube. We've been talking a lot about Shirley Strawberry, her husband, and some recent charges that he is facing. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But tonight, we are going to be talking directly to the woman who has stood by his side recently as his friend and advocate. And we're going to be able to just get to know her a little bit better and find out what her role is in his life and with this case. So with that said, I am going to shut down the Uncut channel, but I'm going to play my little my intro again, just to give y'all some time to come in. I'm going to ask either Fedora, can you go to the Uncut channel and drop the main channel or this link to this video?
Shout out to Fedora for doing all this shit. Shout out to Fedora for handling all the scenes. All the things behind the scenes. Okay? Look, Fedora, can you close the doors? Close the doors. Close the doors.
Right? I said close the doors.
I said close the doors. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Shout out to Fedora, OG mod over at the Lenore house. Close the doors. Okay.
That's right.
Put this link in and close the doors. Okay, this should be easy. This should be easy, Saints. This should be easy.
Shoot, I want to say on that night, my first 4 main mods, I'm almost positive we're all in the chat, and let me just shout them out. Fedora was my very first mod since I became a content creator. And the second was actually Know Your Own Worth. And then A-Shell Loves and her daughter were all so for my first mods in total, and they are my friends. So yeah, so they were all there, cheer me on. And the next day, you should have anyway. Yes, those sisters were there, cheer me on. They were so proud of this particular night and the next morning. So yeah, they were celebrating.
I love it. I love it. You had you were streaming on 2 channels. You were doing all kind of stuff, V. You was doing all kind of stuff. My question is that lovely painting behind you going to the new place? Is that going to be a part of the new setup? Because it's a part of you as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, it's funny you say that. No, it is not going with me. It's in storage, so it will show up again, but it's not going with me right now.
Okay, I'm a little sad.
Yeah,
I'm a little sad about that. That makes me sad. That looks because I'm used to the what is that? A printer behind you? I'm used to the printer. I'm used to the whole setup.
Shut up, boy.
I'm used to the whole setup. It's gonna be different.
Printer. Is the printer going with you, V? Yeah, the printer ain't going either. The printer is in storage as well.
Damn it, man.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Fine. That's all right. All right, let's see what else Fedora got to do to get this thing set up.
Okay. In the Uncut channel, chat. That way, if somebody comes over there, they can still get the link and understand we're going to be on the main channel tonight, okay? All right, so with that said, I'm going to play my intro, grab me something to drink, and then I'm coming right back to introduce you guys to Miss Sonya Waller, all right? So we'll be back right after this.
That's surreal. This is so
Why?
surreal.
Why you saying
It's the V. Lenore show on the
on the
Native Tribe
Native Tribe
show
Urban
with
Media
V.
Show?
Lenore. Oh, shit.
Welcome
My mind
to the V. Lenore Show.
brain exploded, V.
Here we will discuss lifestyle, beauty, celebrity gossip, and current events in our own way, my way, V style. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
As we wait for your intro to get done, V, what exactly did you get to drink on this night? Do you remember?
On that particular night,
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to see the glass. If it's a dark red, then that was just cranberry juice. Or it was probably cranberry juice. I was going to say, I doubt that I drank ginger ale on that night just because I didn't want to be burping. Okay.
Okay.
So
All
I'm
right.
thinking I probably had cranberry juice. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you drink after this interview?
I needed a shot of tequila. I needed one, but I didn't get one. I didn't get one. Shit.
I'm just saying, because Lord have mercy.
Bum. How y'all doing? Bum, bum. All right, let's see. Who's here tonight? How y'all doing
You was in a
tonight?
good mood.
Hello, Fedora. Hi there, original just a subscriber. Welcome. Okay. Hi, Kimberly Black. Thank you for joining us. My beautiful moderators are in the house. Hi, Dr. LaShonia. How are you? Hi, Know Your Own Word. Thank you, honey. Another beautiful moderator. Hey, Cool Gamer. Hey, my girl Q Rob. How you doing, sis? Okay. Hey, Shellas, another gorgeous moderator. Love it. Hey, dear self. Are you? Okay, good. Hi to T Lounge. Hey, ODS, what? Yeah. Well, yeah. Hi, her daughter. Her is off work tonight. Hey, girl. Hey. Yes, ODS. Okay, we're about to get into some things. Okay, in the words of Armand Wiggins, we're going to get into some things tonight, okay? Actually, I want this, again, we're going to talk a little bit about the case, of course, the charges, and how Sonya is helping him with this process and, amongst other things. And I'll give you a chance to answer some questions. Hey, S. Hutchison, well.
I just want to say, V, it's the enthusiasm for me, okay? It's the enthusiasm for me. I promise it is. That's what drew me in. It's the enthusiasm.
You don't think I act this enthusiastic now?
I mean, I'm just saying on this night, that's what drew me in. I was like, I said, she cute and she's excited about this shit. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
I was like, what? She's so happy. She's so happy to see everybody. I'm just saying. You was like, hey, Fedora, hey. I thought you was gonna break out. Well, you get a car. I
love y'all. I love my people.
Look, I am Coco said V was hype. That's why I said I don't know what the hell you was drinking, but you was hype.
I revised said we didn't get cussed out that day. No, no, not then. It was too new. It was too fresh.
Mm-hmm. Just saying. Okay, let's see who else is in the building and how happy you are to see every damn body. Okay, here we go.
Welcome. I'll give you a chance to ask some questions of your own, but just give me a little grace here at first, okay? Because I really want this to be a conversation. She's done some interviews already, and a lot of the information about, probably around the case and other people who have, been a part of these cases. they've talked about this a lot on a lot of other sites. Tonight, I want to sort of focus on who Sonya is. All right. And, just get a better understanding of how she sees things and how she got involved. Okay. So with that said, allow me to introduce to all of you. Oh, wait, we still on the Uncut channel, aren't we? Okay. If you guys are on the Uncut channel, by the way, let me just say, come on over here to the main channel, All right. We'll have nice, intimate conversation. All right. So with this, one other thing, you better like this damn video. Hello? You better like this video. Subscribe if you're not subscribed.
And can I just say that, V, when you said that, I immediately liked the video because I felt like you wasn't playing. I felt like you wasn't playing games. So I went ahead and liked the video at that very moment. I remember what I was doing. All right. When you said that, I went and I liked the video immediately because I said that I don't know what the consequence is for not liking the video, but I don't want to find out. Okay. I knew that about you then.
Okay. And I was going to
Well,
say, now that's been a thing, please hit the fucking like button, hit
exactly.
that damn thing. Okay.
Exactly. Now, let me just say to everybody in here tonight, I'm gonna tell you like V Lenore would tell you, hit the motherfucking like button.
Exactly.
Hit the motherfucking like button. Now that what V say. All right, that ain't native. That's what V say. V say that. Hit the motherfucking like button.
Yes, y'all do that.
Joey Sea Dog is in the house. Joey Sea Dog says, couldn't agree more. This was the best interview with Sonya. Answered so many questions. Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate that. And I've been saying that. I've been saying this is the best shit ever.
Please share it. Please. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. With that said, I'm going to shut down the Uncut channel. But guys, we'll be over here on the main channel, right? Okay. Thanks. Bye. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. All right. We're still here, right? We still family? Okay. So the mother folks, they can come on over here. We're going to get started. Let me introduce to all of you. Hey, a snack in the meal. How you doing? Let me introduce to you. Oh, well, you know what? Your name on here, Sonya, you tell me how I'm supposed to introduce you. Hold on real quick. Hey, Native. This one? Okay. So because I think and we'll see in a second, I think her name does say Miss Waller. It either says Miss Durham. It puts it this way, whatever name she decided to put back here, as her title name was different than what she had said on the phone or what she claimed that she wanted to be going by. So that's why I caught myself because I happened to look down and I noticed what she had under herself. You know what I'm saying? Under her picture. So that's why I was, and right now I can't remember if it says Miss Waller, that's because she had told me she was Sonya Durham, or maybe it says Miss Durham and she was going by Sonya Waller. So I just know that there was a lot of confusion around that, even when I spoke to her on the phone the day before. So that's why I was thrown right then and there, because whatever I'm looking at is the opposite of what she mentioned before. So there's
okay.
that.
So this heifer don't know her own name is what you're basically saying.
Basically, or what she wants to be referred to as,
Okay. That tracks. That tracks. Okay.
Yes. Sonya Durham. All right. Hi, Sonya.
Hi.
How are you? Your volume is down kind of low. Let's see.
It's low?
Now it's good. Now you're good.
Oh, yeah. I was talking soft.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second.
Wait,
all
hold
right,
on.
we're good.
Wait. Is that the infamous scooter behind her? What is that a bike? Is that a scooter?
That's her scooter. Yes, that's
Oh
the
my
scooter.
God. That is the infamous scooter, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
That is it. That is how she takes the garbage out, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
She puts it on the scooter and she rides it to the dumpster. That is how that works.
Precisely.
Wow. Okay. All right.
All right. I just wanted to be able to see the chat a little bit better. Got it. All right. Okay. So with that said, Sonya, girl, you's YouTube famous, girl.
In a negative way, of course.
YouTube infamous? Is that what it is? You think that's what it is?
I'm YouTube popular. Let's say that.
She didn't know what infamous meant. So,
Thank
let's
you. I
talk
was
about
about to say that, Z. She said, "You infamous, you YouTube infamous." I just people like me, like
That's what it's same with Sylvia. She didn't know what infamous meant when she named herself that too, because she's
no,
mad that she's infamous now.
right, right. Yeah, it's kind of this is already starting out on a high note. I love this. You infamous. People like me. I'm just out here. She's,
Right. No,
she's,
that's not what that means. But okay.
she's stupid.
About it. Where are you from originally?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. And so you're from Cleveland, but when Ernesto met you, were you living in Georgia at that time or you were living in Florida?
I was living in Georgia.
You were. So you were living in Georgia. Okay. In
Yeah.
Atlanta? In the Atlanta area?
In Buckhead. I lived in Buckhead.
Oh, okay. See, I'm thinking you moved there because of the case. That's not the situation.
No, yeah, it is. I moved here I was here for a year. Then I moved back to Miami to open up a business.
Okay.
And then I moved back here because my lease was up and I was going to go somewhere else. But because his case was doing what it was doing and I kept traveling back and forth from Florida here, I came here to kind of help with his case.
Okay, so let me understand this. So when you met him, you were living in Atlanta. And so you guys only met, how many times did you guys meet before he was actually arrested?
In person?
Period.
Somewhere around 5 times in person.
5 times in person.
In a year and a half span. After I met him, I was hospitalized 2 months after I met him.
Okay, so how many times before you were hospitalized did you get to meet him or see him?
Twice.
Okay. And then you went into the hospital.
We're not gonna stop at every single lie, okay?
Yes,
But
too hard.
I do think that this is a very important lie. Is the number of times that she encountered Ernesto. This number has changed so many times, and the way that she even tells the story, it doesn't make sense when she talks about him coming to visit. So the visits didn't count. Did he actually come visit you? Like you said, 2 times before you went to the hospital, so he only visited you 3 times. Like what? Like how are we arriving at the number 5?
Well, she explains it in a little bit. What she says happens is that the year they met, which I think is 2020, maybe. She said the year they met, I'll just put it this way. The year they met, they saw each other twice. Then she went into the hospital.
Okay.
Which is odd because, well, anyway, and you're right, that there's a lie in there somewhere because she said the first year she saw him twice, the second year she saw him once, and then the next year she saw him twice, and that's what adds up to 5 times. However, you bring up a good point because there's a conversation that we hear them speak on, on the phone about her or him coming to visit her, him helping her when she was laid up, she was at home. Actually, she does mention that here in this interview, that he came over to visit with her and helped her, and she had just gotten out the hospital. She really couldn't do anything and that sort of thing. So that would suggest that she saw him 3 times in that year.
Correct.
Right? If she saw him twice and then she got hospitalized 2 months later, then wouldn't she have seen him that same, if she saw him that same year, wouldn't that be 3 times in the first year? So you're right. She's already lying. I just wasn't tracking it like that in that moment in particular. But some of the shit she says does not make sense to me. But right there, yeah, that's a good point. She's lying.
Yeah, she is lying here, and I think like when we Because here's the thing. Like I know like in the chat everybody's saying lie, 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 lie. But I want to be really specific because see, the people like to come over to our side and they like to like accuse us of picking or exaggerating or whatever. And I want to be really really specific when we say that she is lying. I want to
Mhm.
be tonight very specific about what she is lying about and what she has said since this interview and even prior on the phone call. So
Mhm.
like I said, I'm not gonna stop on every lie because hell we'd be here till Wednesday. So I'm not I'm not trying to do that, but I think the important lies, the big ones, I do want to kind of examine a little bit because, like you said, V, you were kind of getting new to it. You didn't, there was no way for you to know where all of this stuff was happening. But looking back on it, we can kind of parse it
Mhm.
out a little bit. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep. And you were in the hospital for how long?
30, 30 something days.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
Do you want to share a little bit about why you were even in the hospital?
It stemmed from me getting shot back in 91. So
In
I had
90,
some, it
from 91. So that happened in 1991, but
was 30 years later. I had a blockage from scar tissue that developed over the years. And so, it was Christmas Day, 2020 that I got sick, but then I was hospitalized 2 days later.
oh my goodness.
And then I was supposed to only be in the hospital for 3 to 5 days, is what I was told.
Hmm.
And it ended up being a month and a couple days. He
So,
messed up.
so you mentioned that in 1991 you were shot. You want to tell us just a little bit about that? I know on, and by the way, you guys may have seen her on Tasha K, Infamous Sylvia, who is actually a friend of this channel. I like to consider her to be one. And you've done some other interviews as well.
Um.
Let me clear that up. I've
Okay.
said
Okay.
this multiple times.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Infamous Sylvia and Dennis, I met both of them 2 years prior to this interview, where they both came and were interviewed due to the Tasha K Cardi B trial because they covered it, right? So I look the laughing emojis in the chat. Let me explain. I want y'all's brain to explode, okay? Don't I don't want no explodage in the chat. No, so at that time, I mean, of all the content creators I had any contact with, I had Dennis and Sylvia on the channel for the together. Was the first time I had spoken to or talked to either of them, or had them on my channel or anything. And so coming into this subject matter, Sylvia, was doing the content too. So I just said, look, I'm not here to poke fun at Sylvia's interview or anything. She's a friend of the channel. Just like at that time, I would have said Dennis is a friend of the channel.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. My question was, how did that work out? How did that Sylvia friend of the channel work out? How we doing?
Like
Can we
I
get an
said,
update? Can we get an update?
I don't know. You had to ask her because I still don't even understand why my avatar was over there on the thumbnail. So I can't get no answers. Maybe y'all can get answers.
She said that she don't put people pictures on a thumbnail. That's what she
I
said.
Okay. Well, she had my shit over there.
I
She
mean,
sure
I
had
saw
my
your
avatar.
avatar. I think everybody saw your avatar, but she said she don't put people pictures. She said she gonna wait. She said, I'll wait. Hey guys, how many times have I used somebody's picture? I'll wait. I'll wait for you guys to answer that question. That what she said. That what she said. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to get an update on how the Sylvia friend of the channel thing is going. I just
Yeah, I actually, and let me tell y'all this real quick. Right after this interview took place, about a week later, because I was trying to dip over there to see what Sylvia was doing. I'd drop in the chat and say hi, and then I'd keep it moving. And she would always acknowledge me because she remembered being on my channel, right? So there was that. But I remember about a week or two after the interview I did with Sonya. I happened to be over there and she said something, and I said, I don't know what they said. I might have said, yes, Sonya said that during our interview last week or something like that. I said, and then I said, Sylvia, did you watch, my interview yet or whatever, something like that. And she was like, no, I haven't seen your interview yet. I haven't. And I knew that was a lie. I knew it was a lie because by the time 2 weeks had passed, I had 900. Look, within a day of doing this interview, within 2 days of doing this interview, I had 900 more subscribers. So people were doing reactions to this interview. So you're not going to tell me that with people flooding the channel like that, people talking about the interview like that, that she, after having just done an interview, would not have watched this interview, knowing that A, she had been a guest on my channel, and B, she had interviewed the same person. You mean to tell me she didn't come and watch that interview? I know she did. I know she did.
Absolutely. Absolutely, she did. Um, Shirley's daughter Sky. We took a moment out. We took a moment of silence for everybody to lift up your family, and we will, as a tribe, as V Stylers, we will keep your family lifted up. So absolutely, we are doing that. And like I said, if you all need a distraction, you all want to get a good laugh for just a little while, then stick over here with us, and we will definitely do that for you. Okay.
Shirley's daughter Sky is Shirley's daughter finally, or Shirley's divorce finally? Is that the same person?
No, it's too. No, Shirley's daughter Sky is
Is who?
Shirley's divorce finally daughter. So it's literally Shirley's daughter.
Gotcha. Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
And okay, so
Yeah.
Shirley's divorce finally. I just want to send my condolences, and you and your family will definitely be in my prayer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, yeah, Shirley's divorce finally said, yes, that's my daughter. Yeah. And some kind of way, V, I became an uncle. I don't know how I got to be an uncle. But some
Hey,
kind of
I'm an auntie. I'm an auntie.
I'm an uncle, all right, and I'm a proud uncle. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah.
proud uncle. I don't even know what an uncle's supposed to do, but
Okay.
whatever it is, I'm gonna do it. Okay, because I'm an uncle.
That's
All right,
right.
all right, okay. Now let's get back to this grandma that you was talking to.
That.
That you was talking to in this video, Miss Durham. Everybody, Miss Durham.
Can you tell us
I
just
think I
a
did one other than that. It was just still
So what?
Oh no, that's probably me talking over her. That
Oh,
wasn't me.
Sylvia, Tasha, and this one other Judge CV with the T. That's a
Judge.
small channel, I think.
Yep.
I don't really follow the channels that on YouTube.
Mhm.
It's four that I have the biggest issues with because they always like, say the most nastiest things. But it's a lot of people that has done the story. I
Mhm.
just don't go on and read it or follow it pretty
Okay.
much. Unless somebody tells me, then I'll go and look at something.
So tell us just briefly what happened in 1991.
Oh, broke up with a boyfriend, and then he came over after after we had to break up, whatever, for one last visit or whatever, and ended up shooting me and several people in the house.
I'm very sorry.
And then
to
he
hear that.
passed. After he shot somebody, they shot him. So
at the same event, he was
Mhm.
shot as well. And
yeah, he was shot with one of his guns.
what?
Yeah. It was kind of weird how it went, but I think it was kind of like, I think he was contemplating murder, suicide, or just murder, how it
Gotcha.
went. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It was just,
Can we stop for a second right
you
there?
know.
Okay.
oh, I was about to stop, V Lenore. I was about to stop, but go ahead.
Well, the first thing is the reason why you hear me say, what? Like that was the first time I'd heard that. Now, the day before, she had told me because I asked her about that whole hospitalization situation, why she was hospitalized, what happened
Mhm.
during that event that she talked to Tasha K about. In Tasha K's
Mhm.
interview, she never once mentioned anything about thinking it was a murder suicide. She claimed she didn't know why he did what he did at first. Then she turned around and said it was
Right.
because she broke up with him, right? So
Right.
now she's saying that, for one, she didn't tell me that he was pow with his own weapon. Because when we talked about, I never would have dreamt that that's what happened, because I thought he came in spraying everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So my impression was, because she explained to me that, that he was unalived right there on the spot that night, with return fire. So I did not recall her sharing anything about the possibility, that it was his weapon that unalived him, nor did I hear anything about a unaliving, self unaliving situation.
Here's the thing. All right. Now I ain't no gangster, but don't push me. But listen, V, I done been in
Hmm.
some gangster situations, right? And I have never, if somebody asked me what happened in any one of them situations, I have never said whatever, whatever, whatever. Her
Yeah,
lack of detail in describing what happened made me suspicious when I was
exactly.
listening to her on this night. So you mean to tell me that you got to look up at the sky, which is also an indication that you're trying to think of something to say, and you have to fill in the blanks with whatever, whatever, whatever. Because what she just said was, boyfriend came over, wanted to break up, whatever, whatever, whatever. He shot me. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you describe a very like this isn't like he came over and played Tonk. It's not like
Mm-hmm.
he came over, we played Twister. No, he came over and tried to unalive me. And the best way I can describe it is boyfriend came over, wanted to break up, whatever, 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 shot. That just didn't sit well with me when she was describing that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to anyone who would have experienced something so traumatic. And now that we know that, like, Sydney was there, like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, either Sydney could have been left without a mother and an aunt and uncle after that situation, or Sydney could have also been been unalived as well. Like, and you speak on this like it was nothing, like it was just another Saturday, like you just had an argument with your boyfriend and y'all broke up and that was it. Like, it's very nonchalant the way that she addresses this.
And it was that nonchalant that I was just kind of like, huh? Like no detail, like none. And
No.
then I believe that the whole murder thing, I believe that that was just to dress it up. I
Yeah.
really
She
do,
didn't
because
say
I
that.
don't think,
She didn't even say that to Tasha K.
because
Why was she?
how would she know what's in his mind?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Based on what? How do you come to this conclusion? And you never mentioned this before when you talked to Tasha K. You didn't mention that to me yesterday when we talked about it. So now you thought that's what this was? Because she was I thought she was even more nonchalant when she was talking to Tasha K about the situation.
Right, right.
So much so that Tasha was caught off guard with it.
Right.
So
So that's where that's where I knew. Well, I mean, there was a lot of reasons to know she was full of shit, but but this just boyfriend came over, whatever, whatever, whatever. What is whatever, 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 man? Can we get some can we get some context behind this shit? Like
right,
y'all was so hot and heavy that he couldn't take losing you. Okay, okay, all
right.
right. But I just thought I really did. I thought that was really yeah. Yeah, several people Aquarius Bay. Several people. It's just
Yeah.
is her retelling of it was really weird for somebody, because I know people that have gone through dramatic situations like that, similar to this. And and they could tell you moment by moment what happened. And
Yeah.
for her just
Yeah.
to gloss over it was kind of weird.
If I remember correctly, it was she, her sister. Her sister was pow as well, right? And her brother.
Correct.
And the brother is the one who unalived him in the end. So that's why I was trying to figure out, well, wait a minute, how did he get the gun? But I guess it's possible. It's possible. But I had not heard that fact until that moment.
Yeah, it was, this whole thing. This is where it started getting weird for me. This is where it started getting weird for me at the very, very, very beginning. But let's listen to how else this ended, because the look on your face was priceless. B, it was the look on your face was priceless. Now let's listen to the next lie.
So with that said, let me ask you. So first of all, let me say I'm sorry to hear that, and two, it's a huge blessing the fact that you are still here to talk about it. Did everyone survive?
Everybody but him.
That's well.
Mm-hmm.
So okay. So with that said, let's talk a little bit now. I just asked about that because I'm sure that shapes you. You know, when you go through an experience like that, you can't come out of it the same. You don't think, or do you think?
Well, I had like 3 boyfriends in a row that was kind of like that. So he just the one that actually shot me. I had a couple, you know, that was just as psychotic. But
Abusive?
you know.
Were they abusive? Were they abusive? The other two?
Well, you know what? Let's say the one right after him, came over my house and put a gun to his head and said he was gonna kill himself because he felt I didn't care about him. And this was right after I got shot. This was the first boyfriend after I got shot. And then the next one after him said he was gonna kill me. That the only way I could leave him it was to die. And that he wasn't gonna miss like the one that shot me did. So, but
Sonya, you must be really putting it on these brothers. What the hell is going on with you? What the hell?
Lenore, first of all, I don't appreciate you talking about Sonya in a sexual way. Okay. All right. First of all,
I'm just trying to understand how she drive all these people crazy like this, man. She must got some crazy cooch. That's all I'm saying.
No. I don't appreciate the question. Okay. I don't appreciate the question.
Well,
You must be.
you know, it was sarcasm because my real question is, how in the fuck do you get 3 dudes back to back to back that all want to do the same thing to you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of indicates that she's the problem, right? I mean, what else could it be?
Something like she, and I'm not saying that I'm not trying to blame the victim here. What I'm saying is there are holes in her story around what transpired, around why this man felt the way he did. There are rumors out there about the type of crimes she committed, and you know, there's rumors around what really angered that young man when he came over there that night. So my question is kind of like, what is there some truth to that? Was she a setup queen? Because that is what. Now I didn't know this at that time. Let me just be very clear. I didn't know anything about the possibility that she could have set anybody up or that she had been accused of that. What I knew was my spidey senses told me immediately something is not right when you are attracting 3 men back to back that want to do the same thing. And for you to be so nonchalant about when I say that shapes you, that has to shape a person. And she said, well, if you hear what she says, well, you know, I had 3 dudes like that. Like she
Like
made
it's a
it sound like
flex.
us nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's a flex to have people that are so crazy about you that they want to unalive you if you talk about leaving them. The fact that she thinks that's a flex, there is something wrong.
Right. And I just couldn't get any real answers. I was hoping that that's what she was just kind of explain. And that's why later on, you know, not trying to get ahead, but that's why I'm like, girl, do you not understand that you are attracting something? Like there's got to be something going on with you that you don't understand how this coincidence that you're attracting these people. However, it's still something going on with you. If it wasn't about you attracted them and you instead, if it was about you setting them up, it's still about you. Like this is
Right.
there's a problem here with you because I have never had one person try to do that to me, but for you to have 3 try to do it to you, girl, and one almost literally took you out of here. Like,
Right.
child, that's
Right.
wild.
Right. Crystal Carrington says her shenanigans almost got her whole family taken out.
Exactly.
That's and now I ain't gonna lie. Now I'm looking at her body language and the way she's responding, and if somebody had to guess which one of the 2 women on the screen almost got unalived, I wouldn't guess it was the one that was smiling while
Right.
talking about this. So
Right.
something ain't right, because number one, she's very nonchalant. Number two, she thinks that talking about having it done several different times is a flex. And then look how just jubilant she is to talk about how, oh, they all want to unalive me because they don't want to lose me.
Girl.
What I think we're seeing is Sonya really speaking to her insecurities, right? Because
Mhm.
only a very insecure and lonely person, only a person who's scared of people leaving them, would be so excited about somebody that was willing to risk their life to keep them.
Mhm. Mhm.
And it
Right.
just speaks to her because she is absolutely jubilant.
Mhm. Mhm.
I mean, jubilant. I mean, so I don't. This part confused me. It really did. So, and this is written. Now, let me ask you this: during that 2.5 hours before you all had this interview, did she mention any of this?
We talked about yes, we did talk about that night. And that's what I'm saying. But when we talked about it, she didn't say that she thought he could have been there for a, that's what I'm saying. But the murder suicide, the
Hmm.
unself
Hmm.
thing, like
Hmm.
none of that came up. So that's why that threw me off because wait a minute, what? Like you didn't tell me this earlier. But not to say that couldn't have been the case, but no, she didn't tell me that part. We talked about it happening. She told me that the man passed away at the scene and that he was unalived by someone else in the space, but not that it was his tool. That's the
Okay,
thing. I was like, well, wait a minute, what? And then when she came with the motive, that was different. So.
gotcha. Okay, because this is her reactions are just odd to me, just super
Mhm.
super odd. But let's
Mhm.
listen to the next lie.
I'm a
Yeah.
nice girl.
You're a nice girl. That's what it is. Oh no. Why Oh are you wait. attracting this
I'm a
same
nice
dude?
girl. Well, I was kind of trying to, okay, so I was young when all of this happened, and you in your 20s. This all happened in my 20s. And you
Mhm.
kind of don't try to pinpoint stuff because you're still kind of like I was kind of like a young, just out here type of,
In the
I guess,
streets kind of
uh,
thing.
no, I'm going to say kid, but I was still grown. I was in my 20s, but you kind of like how I do my children. I said I'm not cutting them loose till they get in their 30s because when you're in your 20s, you still aren't really uh, a smart adult that, you still need a lot of guidance. And so I didn't get any guidance in my 20s by any of my parents. So I kind of didn't put too much on the type of guy, the patterns and all of that in the moment until I got a little older. And then I kind of looked at what they all had in common,
And
you
what did
know.
they all have in common?
So
You hear my question.
it was just a type that because they all were different, but they all had one thing in common.
You.
So I
What's
kind
the
of thought
one?
Didn't you already ask her what was the one thing, V?
Yes.
Why she ain't answering the damn question? Maybe she gonna. Okay, I'm gonna give her a chance to answer. I'm sorry, she just frustrated the shit out of me just then. Okay,
He doesn't get it. But listen. Yeah. Thing they had in common. What's the one
they had
thing?
very bad relationships with their mother.
Mhm. Okay. Let me ask you a question because that brings up one of my questions. Did you have or do you have a close relationship with your parents?
My dad, I did. My mother, no.
Okay. So sometimes, we are attracting who and what we are or the lessons we need to learn sometimes. And maybe that's because you need to heal maybe that piece of you. Maybe that's why you were attracting guys who had that void with themselves.
No, well, they didn't show any signs till they showed the signs. It wasn't like it was.
That wasn't what you said, V. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. But damn it, V, that's not what you said. What you said was, and see, now hold on, V. Let me talk to the chat real quick. Okay. Let me talk to the chat. Hold on, V. Hold on. Now, chat. Do you see the brilliance of what V. Lenore just did? What V. Lenore just did was trap Sonya within her own lie and made her realize that she had a problem within herself and that she was attracting what was wrong with her. No relationship with her mother, and oh, coincidentally, no relationship these dudes had with their mothers. This is the brilliance of this interview, okay? This is the brilliance, okay? Okay, V, you can listen again. You can listen again. All right.
And let me say this, I did not know anything about her history with her family. I did not know that she wasn't close with her mother. Because see, I hadn't even watched any of the stuff that Nyla put out about her. I didn't see it then. So I didn't know anything about her relationship with her mother, how she felt about her mother. And I can't remember if I learned it in this interview or the day before, how she felt about her dad. The fact that she said she didn't cry at his funeral. And I was like, what? But in this moment, she said she was close to him. So she contradicts herself a lot throughout this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just think that I think that it's funny that you picked up on that because if you have something as extreme, like let's just be real about it, right? Most people don't have an extreme level event like that happen one time. She
Right.
says she's had it 3 times. So I
Exactly.
point out the question that you asked because it's poignant to recognize, like, okay, this has happened to you 3 times. What is wrong with you? Because the common denominator is you.
Hello.
How are you attracting these people to you? And she wants to say the streets and blah blah blah. But then, could it be that maybe you didn't have a relationship with your mother, so therefore, you have some things that you need to work on, and she immediately switched off to something else, which is what we know her to do. Shout out to Delicate Dale. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much, Delicate Dale, for the super chat. I do appreciate that. But on to the next live, V. On to the next live. Let's listen.
Was like calling me out my name or putting their hands on me. It was one incident, then that, you know what I'm saying? And then with the other person who's trying to kill himself in front of me, we were supposed to just hanging out. I don't want anything serious. And I was like, fine, cool, no problem, no pressure, And then he caught feelings. And then, because I was still on the agreement, which was this ain't gonna be serious. He came over with that. So it wasn't like it was something I kept seeing to know he's got an issue. Sometimes you don't know a person got an issue till you see they got an issue. And that's what it was, because they were normal up until that point.
But just so you know, the law of attraction doesn't care about the signs as much. It knows what's missing in you and what lessons you need to learn. And you're attracting something that needs to be healed. But we'll talk more about that later on.
Some good ones too. All of them aren't bad. Like I had some good ones.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
V. Lenore, it was at this very moment that this heifer couldn't stand you. Okay. It was at this very moment when she looked up in the air, right? When she looked while you was talking, she said, I ain't come for this, in her head.
You think?
This is the moment when Sonya Waller Durham Jackson III realized that she can't stand V. Lenore. I'm telling y'all, right here, right here. Okay. I had some good ones though. They weren't all trying to unalive me.
Right. That's a good one. It's all relative. I guess that would be good if you were her, I guess.
Right, exactly. Let's listen to the next one.
Okay, so with that said, let's talk about how you met Ernesto. And for those of you that are just coming into the chat, hi everybody. If I haven't spoke to you, I'm sure that my my moderators will greet you properly. This is Sonya Durham Waller. So are you going by Miss Durham now? How you gonna change the name, Sonya, when you got a whole channel that's called Miss Waller?
So the thing what it is because my last name, Durham, that's my maiden name. It was kind of very popular where I'm from. So I was kind of trying to be like, so Waller was a nobody. No one knows me by that name, So
Is that a married? So you were.
that's my married name.
Okay. So
Mhm,
you were married. When did you get married?
I got married in 2009,
Okay. How long were you married?
2014.
Okay. I understand.
Stop.
I
I
understand.
know.
Stop. Okay.
Stop it.
We dated on and off since 1989. So we were
Native.
just,
So I had not heard that prior to this that Sonya told people she had been married for 4 months. But here you heard her tell me she'd been married 5 years.
Yeah, 2009 to 2014 would be 5 years. Yes,
Okay. That's it.
that what she said.
Okay.
That what she said.
But
Now all of this is
Jay Blake remembers her saying 4 months. Other people have said it many times. I didn't know it until after I did this interview. She told me 5 years.
Yeah, she did. She did. And apparently, um, dude was trying to find her, from what I understand. That he had to track her down
And my
in order
thought
to
is,
get to divorce.
why are you holding on to his name like that?
You know what?
Go ahead.
I never understood that, V. I never understood why is she still using that man's name when he was trying to end the thing and she was running from him.
And
She don't-
what good is it to run away from someone who you're not with? Like you're not with them, right? And if
Mhm.
the longer you run away from him, the longer you're in a relationship with someone you're not really with. So why would you run from that? And then two, why 10 years later are you still holding on to a name of a man who you really were only living with married for 4 months?
Right. Right. No, this is good. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. On to the next live, folks. On
Okay.
to the next live.
it's like,
Okay.
and we
All
still
right.
talk. Look, we still talk. We still cool.
Okay, cool. Okay, so now let me just make hold
They're still cool.
on, native.
They're still cool.
Wait a minute. I didn't pick this up until just a second. She said they're still cool. But didn't Nyla tell us that man was trying to get a divorce, couldn't find him, and it sounded like he didn't want no parts of her.
Correct.
So how cool are they?
She says that about everybody though, V. If you think about when she talks about her exes to Ernesto, the exes are coming by. This one ex called me, and this ex wants me just to, we're still cool. According to Sonya, she's still cool with everybody that she has ever touched. Everybody that she has ever been intimate with, everybody that she's married, everybody that she has been divorced, everybody stays cool with her. That's what she says. And she says it about every single relationship.
That's true. She does. She's such a
Now,
liar.
right. And I don't even know why lie about that. You know what I mean? Because obviously her ex is out there talking about, I can't stand this heifer. And he's probably in a bar right now drinking a Coors Light saying, I can't stand that heifer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just be real about it. Right now there is somebody somewhere drinking a Coors Light saying, I can't stand that nigga native. There is. I'm just being real with y'all. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody doesn't end. It's not always a clean break every single time. So,
Right.
for her to try to flex like, oh no, everybody is so cool with me after I get, we still cool. We still talk. She says that about everybody. And I know she lying. It ain't possible. Not with this personality, not with the way that she set up with the way her mind works. It's not possible.
And I'll tell you another reason why it's not possible. if any of those gentlemen are in a current relationship, nobody's going to be okay with their man being cool with a Sonya, because
Right.
Sonya doesn't respect relationships. Now, I'm not saying that we can't have friends of the opposite sex. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Mhm.
What I
Right.
am saying is that um, Sonya, in particular, is someone who doesn't respect relationships in general. She doesn't have
Mhm.
respect for me. If she considers that she's a friend to my guy, then I got to watch her, because there's no telling. She has no boundaries, and she's
Right.
going to overstep yours. So
Right.
I just find it hard to believe that she could possibly be that cool with every single person she's been with, unless they're single men and she's still smashing them. Because otherwise, I don't see it.
Right. So we know that she doesn't respect boundaries, just by the way of how cavalier she is with Nesto, knowing that, that he had a whole wife, a whole 5 wives that he ain't divorced, but 2 of them. She knows all of this stuff. And I think like just listening to her talk to Nesto about how they were just so meant to be, and how how casual it was, and we were just friends. You were supposed to be just friends, because this man is married. This man is married
Mhm.
multiple times. So
Right.
the fact that she can just, and so she shows you again her character,
Hmm.
and being cool with all of them means, yeah, like you said, V, she probably smashing all of them, and their wives probably can't stand the sight of her,
Hmm. Hmm. Yep.
because how could they?
Now, by the way, I'm sure you just got a special delivery just like I did.
Which is what special delivery.
There's some information on Sonia's divorce that just came via email to us.
I haven't checked. I haven't checked, but I'm sure I have. I'm sure I have. Have you been able to review that yet, or?
No, it literally just came through within minutes. We both
Okay.
just got it. So we will have it in case we need to come back and look at it.
Gotcha. Okay.
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 We'll do that.
Uh, Sanders divorce. Fine. Excuse me. Sanders divorce. Sanders RN23. Thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate that. Says, just because you do the thing you do very well. Well, thank you so much, Sanders RN. I'm glad that you think that I do the thing that I do very well. I think the thing that you do, all that RNing, all that registered nursing that you're doing, I think you do
The
that very
RNA.
well too. Because hell, I can't do that. I wouldn't even know where to start, Sanders RN. But thank you so much for the super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So what's the next live, V? I would tell y'all to take a drink every time she lie, but I'm not trying to have y'all like that tonight. We ain't gonna do
Mm-mm.
that.
Mm-mm.
Maybe too deep. Too deep.
Yes.
Let's see what else happens.
It's clear to those in the chat that may not know. I think everybody knows, but just for the hell of it. Um, uh, Ernest Williams, known as Ernesto or Nesto, correct?
Nesto.
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 He is the husband to Miss Shirley Strawberry, who is a co-host on the Steve Harvey Morning Show. And so tell us how it is that you became acquainted with Nesto.
I met him in Buckhead, looking at property.
Mhm.
And we just started, talking about stuff. I don't know how we came about that. Oh, I do. I remember now. He took a call in front of me, and the guy was talking to him about an RV. And then I was just listening. And then when he got off the phone, I was like, oh my God, you like RVs? And he looked at me like, yeah. And I was like, I started talking about RVs, and he was looking at me like I was crazy. Like, how do you even know? And I'm like, man, I've been following, studying and trying to figure out what do I want to do with, as far as tiny houses, RVs, all of that, container homes, because that's where I was trying to go. Like, I was trying to figure out, what's my retirement or whatever.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
so it just kicked off from there, and then we just started vibing off of that.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you said your retirement. Tell us a little bit about your professional history. Like What's your business? You said you went to Florida to open a business, and I know you were obviously looking to open another business when you met Nesto. What is your background in?
Right. So, my background is construction. My dad owned a construction company for a lot of years. 40, what am I? 50 years he did construction. So I was raised doing construction. Then I went to school after I had my daughter, paralegal. In my 20s, I kind of,
Okay, y'all know I can't let the paralegal pass. I can't let the paralegal pass, y'all.
And look, before we get to the paralegal, she says she was raised up in the construction business. Her background is in construction. That's a lot too. Just because she worked a summer job up in there and probably half-ass worked, that doesn't mean she knows anything about that damn business. Because if she knew something and loved money the way she says she loves it, why wouldn't she still be running that damn business?
Right, right. But V. Lenore, this heifer had the nerve to come out her mouth and
Yeah.
say paralegal.
Yes.
Paralegal.
Mm-hmm.
I went to school paralegal. Now, here's one thing that I did notice about that. She didn't say she graduated. She
Mm-hmm.
didn't say she got a degree. She didn't say any of that. She said, I went to school, comma, paralegal.
Yeah. True.
Now, who the fuck talks like that? Can you imagine if you said, Doctor, where'd you go? Well, I went to school at the University of Maryland, doctor. Like, who the hell talks like that? Who, who
Doctor.
talks like that? Can you imagine? Where
True.
did you excuse me, sir? Can you fix my car? Yeah, I can fix it. Yeah, I can fix it because I went to school. Mechanic.
Mechanic.
Don't nobody talk like that. Shit.
Good point.
I
Good
went to
point.
school paralegal. Stupid ass.
She is dumb. Oh my God.
Jeez.
doing it's kind of weird what I was doing. What was I doing first?
What?
I'm trying to think how this went after went to school. So I went to school,
Mm-hmm.
then I started. I wanted to be a cop too. It's kind of weird. I wanted to be a police officer.
Really?
Yeah, but my license was suspended because when I was 17, I got into a car accident and my dad didn't fix the situation, so they suspended my license. So I didn't have driver's license, so they said I didn't qualify because I didn't have driver's license. And so I started breaking the law, doing a little hustle stuff. And then after that, I stopped, and then I went into working for my attorney who was my attorney when I got shot. That's how I met him. And then I ended up working for him. He did criminal law, family law, probate, all that type of stuff. And so I ended up working for him for a lot of years. And then I ended up going to Detroit for 4 years. And then I was bartending, waitressing, working at a law firm. And that's how I got into clubs.
Working at the law firm got you in the clubs?
Thank you, V. Thank you. Because that was my question. You ain't finna make that be a natural transition. Like, I went from, I was working in the law firm, and then naturally, the next natural step was club.
Right. Wait, what? Exactly.
And now, V, you understand why. Okay. You understand why I say this heifer got to be 103 years old. How in the hell did you get your license suspended for life? Your license suspended at 17 and it's suspended for life. You can't never drive again. What the hell do that got to do with you trying to be a police officer, and why the fuck you didn't get your license unsuspended, dumbass? How the hell you went to working in the damn law firm
Mm-hmm.
to working in the club?
I'm trying to understand, to be quite honest, when she says, and see, I skipped over this. I don't think I was paying close enough attention, because she
Mhm.
said that because she didn't have that driver's license situation, that her dad did not fix that situation for her. She went
Mhm.
without a driver's license. And my thought is, well, what was her father supposed to do? At the end of the day, she was still going to be responsible for whatever needed to be done, whether that was take so many classes, or I don't know what, I don't understand what that situation was. But if that happened at 17, at least at 18, she should have been able to rectify that on her own. And if she could rectify that, why wouldn't she have then gone on to become a cop?
And that's what I'm saying. She made it sound like it was just a major hurdle in her cop career because her license was suspended. You know, like this was just a major hurdle over, and so then the natural progression when you can't become a cop is to start breaking the law.
Yeah.
Now,
Mhm.
I don't know if y'all can see the look on V. Lenore's face at this very moment in the interview. Okay. If y'all can look at V. Lenore's face in the interview, that is my face at this very moment. Okay. At this very moment, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because none of this shit makes sense. None of it. It don't. Look at the look on V face. Look where
Yeah.
them eyebrows are. Those eyebrows were not there when she started this interview, y'all.
This show weren't. They were not. Mm,
Your,
they
your,
sure
your
weren't.
forehead is starting to scrunch up. You're
You're
starting to get
right.
lines in your forehead.
I'm about
Okay.
to, yeah, my forehead's starting to look like Sonia's.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can't have that.
No, we can't have that. We can't have that. And look a little slow on the other side of the screen. A little slow trying to put it all together.
Right.
Look a little slow. Butterscotch the clown is trying to put it together, y'all. But look, thank you so much, Obsessed with the Mess, for the super chats. It's just a thank you for the entertainment you bring us and help us reach the goal. Look, Obsessed with the Mess, I appreciate your generosity. Okay, I appreciate you being here. And everybody that is here, I appreciate all of your support. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, speaking of support, let's give V some support as she tries to figure out this lie and get these damn frown lines out her forehead. Let's see what the next lie is.
No, I used to work at this place in Detroit. Neither one of my parents drank, smoke, or did anything, so I didn't know anything about liquor.
Mhm.
So, as a side hustle, because I was never getting child support for my kid, at this point I had two, um, I started waitressing at this place in Detroit. And then in waitressing, went to bartending. And then I moved back to Cleveland, started flipping houses. The market crashed in '08. Then I moved to Miami. When I moved to Miami, I was trying to go back into the law firms, but I didn't speak Spanish. So
Oh.
I ended up working. One of my friends hooked me up with Pops, who is Trick's father, Trick Daddy's dad. And
Oh,
so
okay.
he was running a club called Diamonds Cabaret, which was an urban club. It was upscale urban. And I started working there as a door girl. And I worked for the door. I wanted to be a bartender, but he put me on the door because I was like 38 years old at the time,
Mm-hmm.
which I was mad at first. But then the door, $1,500 a night. So the door was cool. I was like, oh, I ain't mad at the door. So the door was good. And I only worked like a couple nights a week. And I was making good money at the door, just greeting. And you see everybody. And I was just like, wow, I like the door. And then so I ended up doing the office and the door because they knew my background.
Shout out to V. Lenore for entertaining this bullshit, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't seen this in a minute. But shout out to V. Lenore for putting up with the fact that this heifer said she was making $1,500 a night by working the door. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Shout out to V because V held a very serious face. V had
Well,
that
here,
look like, oh, really? $1,500 a night? Really? Really?
uh-huh. I'm still, I'm surprised I allowed her to say that she she went to Miami to work in law firms, but then when she couldn't speak Spanish, she had to give that up and go back to working in clubs. Like, I don't know how that went right over my damn head, because everybody who's an attorney in Florida, I'm sure, I'm almost positive, I would bet my last dime that all them niggas who are attorneys, paralegals, court reporters, legal secretaries, I bet they all don't speak Spanish. I bet
Um,
they speak English.
I'm gonna double down on that as a former resident of Florida. I can tell you that there is this the more south you go, there is a high Haitian and Cuban and Spanish population
Hmm.
in southern Florida. But I will tell you this:
Hmm.
people speak English,
They do.
Sonya, in Miami. People do speak English, and people that need lawyers. Okay, all right, check this out. Groundbreaking news: people that speak English in Miami commit crimes and need lawyers. I know y'all didn't know that.
Hello?
I know you could tell. I know you couldn't tell because this heifer said that because she couldn't speak Spanish, that just killed her whole law firm
Yeah.
dream in Miami. That's what she just said.
So she couldn't become a cop because of her driver's license. And now
Correct.
she couldn't she couldn't stay working in the legal field because she couldn't speak Spanish.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. See how that worked?
Yeah. We're tracking.
We tracking. We
Hmm.
tracking because because ain't nobody been to Miami but her. Right? Ain't nobody been there but her. We ain't nobody. This is unverifiable. We can't verify this shit. Only Sonya has been to Miami. Okay. Shit. See this right here. You like I said, shout out. I don't know what you was drinking,
Nothing.
but
Trust me.
okay.
And
But
I'm
shout out.
glad because I'd have missed a whole lot of shit if I was drinking. Shit, it was hard to stay focused as it was.
Chick-fil-A girl said I never knew that native soul in Miami. They speak English. Also, they do. They
No,
do.
you
You ain't
lying.
never heard a Trick Daddy song in Spanish.
What? Well,
He,
that's why
he,
she had to go work for Trick Daddy's daddy.
right. The only English speakers in Miami. You ain't never heard Trick Daddy say, "You don't know now, hombre." That ain't what he said. That ain't what he said. That ain't what he said. Now, Luke, we don't know what the hell Luke be saying. So maybe Luke is speaking Spanish. Okay. We don't know what the hell that is. Okay, that possibly could be Spanish, but we know Trick Daddy. We know damn well Trick Daddy ain't speaking no Spanish. Tanya B here says native. Please say that ain't gonna work. Tanya B here, you would be referring to the time that Ernesto was on the phone with Sonya, and as he was explaining to Sonya that see, you got the front seat in the car. And they just getting in the car, and they want the front seat too. But that ain't how that gonna work.
Oh God.
Because
That's when
because
Kidney Punch Ken came through.
Kidney Punch Ken came through and handled his business. Okay, Kidney Punch Ken came in and handled his business. That ain't how that works. Kidney Punch Ken came in and handled his business, and this slow monster over here on the right side of the screen, she ain't even ask if
Are
he
you
was
okay?
okay. He ain't asked if he was okay. She did not care if he was okay. Kidney Punch Ken came in and handled his business. And then Nesto turned to Kidney Punch Ken and said, I'll be off in a minute. I'll be off in a minute. I'll be off. I'll be off in a minute. Please don't hit me again.
Please don't do it again.
Don't
Yeah.
hit me no more, sir. I'll be off in a minute. I will. I promise. I'm not gonna hold up your phone no more, sir. I know what we talked about before I got on, and I'm sorry. But he was a motherfucking gangster, Tisha K. That too.
Mhm.
A
That
motherfucking
was
gangster. Okay. Yeah,
yeah.
that ain't how that works. But but Tanya B here, thank you for the super chat. Let's see what the next lie is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then within 6 months, I was working in the money room.
Mm-hmm.
And I went from the money room to assistant general manager. This was all in under a year.
Oh wow!
And
So you
so,
learned the entire business from
yeah,
start.
so I
Yeah.
learned a lot. I learned a lot from him. This was a strip club.
Okay.
So at the same time, he left and opened up the original King of Diamonds in Miami. And
Okay.
so then I went and started working for other owners after that. And
Okay.
I did property management as well as, overseeing strip clubs. I worked under the owners over the managers.
Okay. Now let's go back a second because two things I have a question about. One, you mentioned that you went to work for the attorney that was your attorney when you were shot. Why did you need an attorney when you were shot?
Victims of crime. So,
Victims have an attorney that's assigned to, or
yeah, so they'll give you, it's money that the state will pay you for being a victim of a crime. And what they did was they just paid my bills for me.
Okay. Okay. And then the other thing you mentioned was that you went to school to become a paralegal. So you're an actual licensed paralegal?
Yeah, I went to school. Well, school's not open no more, I found out. But yeah, I went to Academy of Court Reporting in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
This was in
Okay.
the 80s and the 90s. So it was like way long time ago.
She went to the Academy of Court Reporters to
Mhm.
become a paralegal.
Mhm.
Did I
That's what
hear
she
that
said.
correctly?
That's what she said.
Okay.
I think I want to say somebody looked that school up. I wonder, let me see if we can look it up. I'll look it up now to find out whether or not you could get some sort of certification to be a paralegal or not. I don't know why it would be called the Academy of Court Reporting if they actually had careers in the legal profession that were higher ranking than a court reporter, but that's what she said.
The Court Reporting Academy is a career training program that prepares individuals for various roles in the court reporting field, including digital court reporters, legal transcribers, and proofreaders slash editors. Okay. Okay. Um, I don't see anything about becoming a paralegal there.
So, oh, okay. Oh, it says it's permanent. So you looked at the one, the Academy of Court Reporting in Cleveland on Euclid
I looked at
Avenue.
I
That's what.
looked at the one. I looked at the Court Reporting Academy (TCRA).
Okay. I'm looking at the actual one she claims she went to. It is permanently closed, but I do want to find out if you could have gotten something related. Because I asked one day in my chat,
Mm-hmm.
if you needed to go, like if they had degrees to become a paralegal or if that
Mm-hmm.
was a certification. And what I learned from the chat was that it could be either. There are certifications for it, but then there are also you can get a degree to become a paralegal or whatever. So I say that to say I don't know if that school could not have offered like whatever, because my guess would be a certification would not be the same as a degree. I don't know if one would be better than the other. My guess would be a degree would be better than necessarily just a general certification. But I wonder if
Right.
that school offered some sort of certification.
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
probably
go
not
ahead and put.
because we're talking about Sonya.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and put it out there. That like you said, why would? Because see, if anything, um, it'll be the Academy of Court Reporters and Paralegals.
Exactly. Yeah, why
See
would they
that ain't
call the school that, but you could get a more elevated career, occupational certification through them, and you wouldn't use that as the title? Yeah, that
right.
seems odd.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds like a lie. Did I ever tell you about my friend? Her name is Judith Shineland. And you might know her as Judge Judy. Now, let me tell you what Judge Judy told me a long time ago, and I still live by it to this day. V. She said, "If it don't make sense, it's a lie." That what
That
Judith Shineland said. And I apply that to my life every time I get a chance. V.
mhm.
Judith Shineland's words have never let me down,
Mhm. Mhm.
and they're
You're
not letting
right.
me down tonight. Yeah.
I got you.
If it don't
Look,
make no sense, it's a lie.
Allie B put a comment in the chat. See if you can highlight that. She says she's a paralegal.
Oh, hold on. Let me see.
But I hear
You
you.
say
You know.
Ali B.
Yeah. Oh, it might be up a
Oh, here it
little
is.
bit.
Okay, here it is. I see it. Okay, I am a paralegal, and then there are a couple of things. A court reporter is not a paralegal, and you do not get a license, but a certificate. Well, there you go.
Okay, so you get a certificate. Um, but is a certificate because I want to say Lexi the Law Nerd and maybe even the real VB. Is the real VB in here? Because I think they're both paralegals. Well, I know Lexi is. Um, I want to say it was one of them, and I want to say it was Lexi that told me that you can get a degree,
Hmm.
a paralegal degree of some sort, but that you can also go places for a certificate. So I said certification. So maybe I interpreted maybe what someone said. If they said certificate, I thought certification. But those are two different things.
Hmm. Hmm. Yep. Yeah. She said she went to and she said it like she said Harvard or Yale or
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, yeah, paralegal. Yeah, I went to court reporting school, uh, paralegal.
Okay.
Jesus.
All right. Like she
But
went
you
to
didn't want to
MIT.
continue that work?
Right.
Um,
When she said the school was closed, I really thought she was going to say she went to ITT Tech. Okay, I thought she was.
Child.
I thought she was going to say she went
Child.
to ITT Tech or Everest.
Yep. Yep. Why you bullshit?
Right. When she said the school closed, now I was like, damn, she went to ITT Tech. Damn, damn. Now she can afford to buy her kids clothes and take them to the park and shit and do free shit. Because
A mess.
um, I like it. I kind of, I was recently doing it as a
Oh,
fallback, but when I got into the club business,
okay.
the money is like,
Well,
um,
yeah. I can
the
see
money's
that.
like this.
Mhm.
What you make in a month, you make in a week at a club. So
Okay.
the money's different. And then working in a club, like when I had worked briefly last year for this attorney, and it was just him and I, it was crazy boring. I was just like, because I was 15 years working in the club business,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
was just like, can I do this? This is so slow. This is so, oh my God, this is boring. So, and then I just had to be like, yeah, maybe I just need a vacation, a work vacation, and kind of took it like that. But it was slow.
Sonya, do you attract drama? You think that there's some people that like a little bit of they call that excitement. I call it drama. You think you like a little drama? Because you had 3 men that brought drama, and now you in some drama now. So I'm just asking.
This is the biggest drama. And him and I both be like, how did this even spin to this situation? Um, but I don't like drama. I'm very low key. I don't hang around a lot of people.
Girl.
Um, I don't like drama. I try to be very, quiet. The person that's the quiet one in the room that you didn't even know was there. I'm
Okay.
not the rah-rah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I got a
That
sister
doesn't
I
mean
got a rah-rah sister, but I'm not the rah-rah sister. I'm the quiet one.
that doesn't mean that you don't like drama.
I don't like drama.
Okay, all right. I'll trust you.
I
Okay.
really don't. I don't.
So
Not
let's
unless it's on a movie. I
okay,
mean,
okay.
again, like I said, the way we met, it was kind of weird, and it wasn't like I knew he was attached to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of people that's famous, and so it wasn't like I kind of like hang in that space. I kind of, like I said, when I worked in the strip club business, I met some of everybody because this was before they had the NFL and the NBA strike. Remember back in 2008, they had that big strike. So we used to get huge parties. It was every rapper, every R&B artist. It was all kind of ball players. It was just everybody went to Diamond's Cabaret in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very, very, very it was a very nice club. A very nice club. And that was kind of, I was in Detroit So Detroit is kind of fun because
Oh, is
Cleveland's
it?
kind of slow.
I have not kicked it in Detroit. You said Cleveland is slow. Is that what you said?
Cleveland's slow. Yeah, yeah. If you compare that to all these other places, Cleveland is
Oh,
slow.
well, yeah, I could see that.
Cleveland is slow.
But
Slow.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
well,
slow.
let's get back to Ernesto. So you met Ernesto when you were going to look at a property that you wanted to rent. Is that correct?
There
Or
was a
somebody
property,
in the
it's
chat
a nail
though-
salon now, but it used to be like a workout spot, but it had a Felice sign in the window. And we met. When we just started talking. We talked the first day, I think we talked I think for 3 hours.
Well, hold on. You went to actually go start a business. This man, you
Yeah,
went
so
to
I
the
had
property.
I had a guy that I met on a dating site because I was on a dating site. And so the date turned into a business meeting. And then we ended up saying we're gonna partner up and just open up something in Atlanta because he did big real estate in New York. He was from New York. So he didn't know anything about the club business, and that was my background. So him and I was gonna do a gay club in Atlanta. And so I was looking for spaces because I was living in Buckhead. So I hadn't been to Atlanta really before. So I didn't know Atlanta. So I just knew the area that I was in.
Okay.
So I was looking around in the area that I was in. And this location was actually maybe 4 blocks from my house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you went over there to see the property because you wanted to lease it or buy it?
I saw the property a couple of times, but this day I took the number down. I called, nobody answered, but then later that day, because the grocery store is in between. No, the grocery store's on this side, and then it's a separate location, and then it's me. So I passed it, and then I saw somebody walking in, and then that's when I was like, here's my chance. Let me run up and see. Because the lease sign was still up.
Okay.
And he had just leased it. That was the
So he was-
problem.
okay.
He had just
And
got
he saw
keys that
you?
day. He
Was
just
he
got the
by
keys that day
Was he by himself?
by himself alone.
And you were alone as well?
My granddaughter was in the car with me.
Okay. So you get there, you find out the property that you're interested in is already leased by this guy. How did that turn? So, and let's go back. You said your date turned into a business meeting, and now a business meeting has turned into a relationship?
A date.
Good catch, V. None of this shit makes sense. She went on a date with a guy. Okay. So the guy comes and he's like, yeah, these all the edges that you got. Let's talk business instead. This ain't gonna work for me. How about first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Leonardo, contractor. I just wanted to say that I don't know anything about real estate. Can you teach me about real? Is that what she's saying, V? Is that how it happened?
That's what I get. Yeah.
See, V the
That's
one
what I
wants to
get.
know she met on a dating app and then she met him in person. Lies. Like it became a business meeting. Has that ever happened to you? Where you go out on a date and then it just becomes a business meeting?
No, never.
Okay. All right. And you become so cool with your date that you just decide to do business. And then the business is never materialized from the date.
Uh-huh.
So the business meeting failed, the date failed, the edges failed, everything failed. There was nothing successful about the damn date.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. That's okay. All right. You are doing remarkably well in this interview because I've been and lost it by now. I ain't gonna lie. I've been and lost it. I've been and lost it. For real. I mean, this is absolutely asinine, the shit that she is saying. The shit is asinine, V. Oh, we went on a date, and then the date became a business meeting. And then we decided that we're gonna go into business. Well, what the fuck is the business now, Sonya? It's 2025. Did this nigga not call you back? Did he not call you back on the business?
None of her businesses or business meetings ever finish well. You haven't noticed that? She always has a business meeting, She always has these investors that she's meeting up with, talking to, working with. She got business partners and all kinds of shit. But we ain't seen not near business
That's what I'm
nowhere.
saying.
She's been riding a scooter to the trash can for years.
Listen, so I'm surprised. Well, I'm maybe not surprised, but I think that like maybe a follow up question about these said businesses that she's done. I think you were kind of overwhelmed by all the shit she was talking, so maybe you didn't think about it. Because I would have asked her, like, so how are the businesses doing now? What developed from this date that turned into a business meeting? How's that going? Like,
Mhm.
did the Worlds of Curls contract fall through? Because I see you're missing some up there. I'm just see, you better than me, V. That's why I say you are better than me. Cause
Here's the thing. Throughout this, I can tell, by this time, I can tell that she likes to lead the conversation, and the direction of that conversation. She doesn't like to be led, and I'm allowing her some room to be able to say some of the things she wants to say, so that she thinks she's pulling me in, when in fact I'm just waiting for an opportunity for us to get to some of the juicier points, because I can already tell she's trying to pull away from the very thing I want us to discuss. Um, because she, I could see her a mile away. So I don't want to upset her. I don't want to get her in a position where she closes up on me. I need her to still feel like she's sharing, she's leading, that sort of thing. And I might tap her about a couple things I'm hearing, but I'm doing it gently, until I can't avoid it.
yeah, that's a very, 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 very good description of what you are doing. Because again, I would have lost my shit at I went to school paralegal. I would have lost it there. I would have lost it there. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Legacy Moon, True Crime and Mysteries is in the house. Legacy Moon says the resume is not resumeing, the business ain't businessing, and there was and where is the so-called RV in this story? Thank you. Ain't shit adding up, Legacy Moon. Not a god doggone thing.
And now that you mention it, I'm not so sure that we talked a lot about RVs in this conversation. For this to be the big, well, maybe she did bring it up. I don't know. Maybe she did bring it up. I take that back. I take that back.
Let's
Anyway.
let's look. Well, let's see what the next slide gonna be, Legacy Moon. Let's see.
You spent that one.
You did that. Y'all did that. Y'all spit that. So
Indirectly, it turned into a friendship.
let me understand this though. You meet him, you all are exchanging information, and you talk for 3 hours. Did he ever say, I'm married? By the way, I'm married?
No, because the conversation never went there.
For 3 hours? What is there to talk about to a stranger?
Man, we talked about my history, my past, my shooting, business, work, the club business, my background in club business.
Why you tell this stranger all your business in the first 3 hours?
I get that from my dad. My dad can sit there and talk a stranger to death for hours. We used to always be in the car mad because he'd be outside just talking somebody to death. We'd be like, come on now. And he'd just be like, so yeah.
Sonya.
I don't know. Sometimes you just click with a person. I mean, that's not the first time that's ever happened. But sometimes you just click with a person, and he basically was listening for the most part. I think he chimed in after we stopped talking about RVs. He chimed in 1 or 2 times very briefly, but mainly he was just like,
Okay,
for real,
he's
for
listening to
real.
you. You know what they say. I teach a communications class,
Mhm.
and what they say is the person in control of the conversation is the one that's doing the least amount of talking. He was listening. He was learning you during those 3 hours. What you think?
Yeah, he had to because I was talking. He was listening, so he had to be learning.
What you learn? Did you?
Stop
Okay,
for a
well, tell me
second,
this. What
Native.
about? Or what? No, let me go back. I gotta assume.
I'm sorry, your
Native.
voice and your voice are confusing me. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
She right there, that went right over her head. That
It
went
did.
right over her head. See, I'm telling her that he was in control. You may have thought you were in control because you were doing all the talking, but he's the one really in control. And when I said, I went a step further to say he was listening to you, he was learning you, she thought that was a compliment. I know that that's how she took it. She does not
Mhm.
understand that what I'm saying is, nigga, you were a possible victim too. If
Right.
what you say is true and you're doing all this talking, which I believe it. Do I believe they talked for 3 hours the first day they met? Absolutely. I believe that shit because she talked to me for 2. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And we on the phone. I can only imagine what it could be like with her in person. And so I'm not saying that that's how they met or didn't, but her saying that didn't, it wasn't lost on me. I believe she would sit down and talk to a stranger for 3 hours straight because what? She had just done it with me the day before. So there's
Right.
that.
And I
Go ahead.
think so again, when you said the person that speaks the least, and she this just goes to show how slowly her brain actually operates,
Mhm.
because she just described the scenario where she's talking the most and he's talking the least. And then
Yes.
you throw out, well, the person that talks the least is in control of the conversation. And then
Mhm.
she didn't even think about it. And then
Yeah.
when you brought it up, you had to actually apply it to what she was saying. And then she
Yeah.
said, well, he had to be learning because I was just talking. He had to be learning. But what's crazy is that you and him would talk for 3 hours. And at no point he's telling you, you're telling him your whole, all your business, your
Mhm.
daddy, his construction, what you do. And he ain't even bothered to tell you he was married. That
And
takes
you
2 seconds.
were too, and all the talking you doing, you too stupid not to ask him if he was married. Now that didn't make any sense to me right there, and I still don't believe it. I honestly didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now. Because one thing we know for sure is that Nesto used Shirley as a selling point.
You're right. No, we do know that. We do know that. Yes.
So surely he wants people to think he's connected and he's got a certain level of taste and certain quality of woman in his life. And I doubt very seriously that he didn't tell her at the bare minimum that he was married and married to someone influential because that was his thing, high
Right.
profile, as he put it.
Right. Mine and
Mhm.
Business says, yep, she gave away too much information. Nasty Nesto knew she would be perfect for a pimp. That's why he called her in the hospital. I must say Nasty Nesto was right.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Everything with him is transactional. So all
Yep.
the information that he's using, he's going to find a way to use it, just like Dre in the woods, just like anything else that he know about Dion is going to be used. He doesn't just take in information because he wants to know how to make you happy or how to make you
Mhm.
smile. That's not Nesto. It's
Mhm.
transactional. He's gonna figure out a way for him to flip whatever you tell him for, so that he can use it for his own good. Period.
Mhm.
That's just who
Mhm.
he is.
Yep. Absolutely.
And you gently, and I told y'all in the beginning that Lenore was going to gently, right, and kindly try to teach her some life lessons that are going over her little bald, shiny head. Look how shiny it, look how shiny it is. Okay, let's listen to the next lie.
That if I'm talking to a man I don't know from Adam and he has 3 hours to spend talking to me on the phone after we just met,
No, this was in person.
y'all sat and talked for 3 hours. You with you and the grandbaby too. Poor baby. How
No,
old is
no,
the grand?
no, no, no. She got dropped off. My
Oh,
daughter came by and got her. So
oh,
no,
okay, okay.
3 hours in person.
Oh, okay, okay. So that feels like a kind of like a date.
No, there wasn't no drinks or food involved. So no.
Well, he obviously he knew he had a good feeling that you were probably single. I'm guessing you were single. Were you single
No,
at that
I
time?
told him so I did mention that I was engaged.
Oh, that's right. You did.
Remember?
Okay. All right.
Because I don't do old, I wasn't into old people. So when I looked at him, I was just like, he's old because, he looks old. So
Does he look
didn't know,
old? I'll be
didn't
honest.
know. So didn't know we were 3 years apart, but I was dating, always dated extremely younger people than me.
Because I'll be honest, when I look at him, I don't think, oh, that's an old man. Now, when he starts talking, he reminds me of my family in Georgia.
He reminds me of my uncle.
cousin
I used to always say
Ernesto.
that. My great grandmother's son. So my great uncle. He's remind me of my great uncle.
Yeah, he's got that old vibe to me, but he doesn't look particularly old to me. You know what I'm saying?
I say his voice sounds older than he looks,
Yes.
but his conversation is young. That's how I feel like it is.
Okay.
His conversation is young. You know,
Young is a sense of
young is not in his
immaturity.
50s. He don't sound like he's in his 50s.
But what I'm saying,
She said his conversation is young. What the hell that mean, V?
Like I said, to me, his conversation is childish, childlike, but young, no.
Maybe that's what she thinks that is. Maybe she thinks that means the same thing. It doesn't, but maybe that's what she think it means. Because he does talk like a child. He talks like a child, especially you really hear it when he talks to Shirley. See, when these two talk, because mentally they are on the same remedial level, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell who is who. But Shirley is clearly the intellectual superior when they talk to each other. So it's clear, and you can hear him say, ask Shirley questions about, did they ever find God in space? Or do you ever get mad at God? Like these really elementary questions that this grown ass man is asking this person that's supposed to be his wife, but sounds more like his mother whenever they speak. So yeah, he doesn't talk young. He talks in a very immature, underdeveloped way, and that's not a compliment. There's nothing good about that.
Exactly.
This is crazy, V. You're doing a good job, V. You're doing good. You're doing great. You're doing great because I've been through my laptop against the wall by now. I ain't gonna lie. No, for real, V. I've been through the laptop against the wall when she said, "Y'all went to school, paralegal." I would have lost it. I would have lost it. Never would have made it.
Oh God.
Never would have made it, V.
You and Marvin Sapp, y'all never would have.
No. I would have lost my mind. I would. Hell no. Hell no. You better than me. You better than me. Lord have mercy.
I'm asking is when you say the way he talks is young, do you mean like he's do you think he might be a little immature? No, it's not that.
Not that, like how I can sound young. Like I like how I talk. Like I don't feel like I sound like somebody's grandma. You know?
Mm-hmm.
When I talk to people and I'm, chit-chatting it up and I'll, say my daughter's 36 and they'll be looking at me like, your daughter's 36. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I know I don't sound too young, but I don't think I sometimes or all the time sound like I'm in my 50s unless I'm lecturing, in which I lecture my kids. So
hold on one second. Her daughter, do we have a problem? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. All right, I'm so sorry. Okay, so with that said,
let me say this real quick.
So when did you find that? Before you find,
go ahead.
I don't know what was happening in the chat, but I saw somebody said something, and I think her daughter was checking somebody in the chat. And I was like, okay, wait a minute. Do I need to do I need to get somebody together? But
Right.
I think whatever I saw, I didn't it wasn't that, because I was like, okay, because y'all don't be fucking with my moderators in my fucking chat. You know what I'm saying? Like just so we're clear. If you are my moderator and it looks like you are struggling with something or someone in the chat, don't make me come up off this soapbox and get on another one and cuss you the fuck out. Okay. I was literally about to go off right there because I thought something was going on and her daughter needed me. Okay.
Right. No. I heard it. Like, I heard it. Like, what, like, look, I've been in them situations where the conversation turned. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh,
Like, yeah,
uh-huh.
nigga, we about to go to the club. We about to go. Hold on, let me see. Hello, hello. Wait, what? Hold on,
Okay,
what? Where he at? And then next thing you know, the car's being turned in a U-turn, and then
exactly.
y'all off going somewhere. I've heard it before. Okay, but look, V, I wanted to bring up Shady's comment because this is something I didn't think of.
Mhm.
How was she engaged when she went on a date that turned into a business meeting?
Yeah, good point. I think that I didn't catch that either at the time that she said it, to be quite honest.
So she's going on a date with a guy,
Mhm.
but she was engaged at the time when she met Nesto,
Mhm.
but she had just
Mhm.
went on it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think I heard her say it, but it still I did not circle back around to say, well, wait a minute. Well, why are you spending all this time talking to this guy? How did you fall into having sex with him the next day? How did all this happen if you got a whole fiance? And you
Right.
said, and let's be clear, at some point when she does get to this, we're gonna get there. But she said, when I say, well, when did you find out he was married? And then she says, well, he told me 2 weeks later, and I was pissed because I thought he was like me. Well, I thought you were engaged. See, that I completely had forgotten that she said that she was
Right.
engaged at the time. So why are you mad at him for not telling you for 2 weeks? Because see, all that's a lie.
Mhm.
All of that's a lie, including the engagement, including that he didn't tell her in the beginning, including that it was 2 weeks later when she found out. All of that shit's a lie. But
Correct.
they would come too fast for me.
Yeah, no, I know. Like I said, you're doing the best you can with all this shit. You're doing the best you right now. You got spirit fingers. Okay.
Mhm,
This happened to made
mhm.
you put up spirit fingers. Y'all look at V Lenore and her spirit fingers. Okay. She doing
Jazz hands.
she doing the best she can with her jazz hands, y'all. She doing it. Okay. Shit. That's how she doing. All right. Next next lie. Next lie.
Found out that he was married. Let me not even go there just yet. When did you know that you were attracted to him?
At the end of the 3 hours of talking to him.
Okay. Okay. And what was it about?
Kinda attracted to him. Trying
Yeah.
to remember.
Yeah.
Kinda, not all the way in.
Yeah.
Because I had just broken up with my ex maybe in July. This was the end of October. But I had just had a birthday in September, and then my ex took me out for my birthday, and we went and did dinner and gifts and all types of nice stuff. So we were kind of still on the phone. It wasn't like a breakup, I don't talk to you no more type of scenario. You get me?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So it was.
Hit me.
So I was kind of still, you know,
Yeah.
occupied. Knew I wasn't getting back with him because we're 23 years apart. So I knew I wasn't getting back with him.
What?
But that's why I said I wasn't dating people my age. So he's 20. He was born the day after I got shot. So how weird is that, right?
Girl, it should have been a sign. Okay, but anywho,
He's a
but
sweetheart. Look, he's a
I'm
sweetheart.
sure
You couldn't help it, could you? You couldn't help it.
Hey, I had to. I mean, like, bitch, if this nigga was born the day after you got shot, maybe you shouldn't date people who were born around the date that reminds you of being shot, but definitely not a nigga who was born the day after your old grown adult ass got shot. And now you dating him and he 20 something years younger than you? Girl, what?
See, I had to give you an applause for that sage advice. I'm just saying, it don't make no god doggone sense. And you couldn't help it. Girl, what? You couldn't hold it in anymore. You couldn't hold it in
I couldn't.
anymore. Dimples Wimple said, I wish an old bitch would roll up with my young son. I know, right?
I would whoop her ass. Do
Oh
you hear
my
me?
God. Oh
Whoop
my God.
her ass.
Kimmy K said this woman is sick. She absolutely is, Kimmy K. My goodness. But y'all, look, I'm telling y'all the strength that it took V Lenore to get through this shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. V look like she about to take her earrings off and whoop her ass for being this stupid. Let me take these earrings off. Let me
God.
take these earrings off and whoop your ass for being dumb.
Right. So you
Oh my
don't
God.
think about looking at my son. Let me
Right,
whoop your
exactly.
ass on GP right now.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. All right, here we go. You got some more shit coming up. V, what hairstyle is this that she's rocking? Because see, let me tell you, look, I'm looking at the compare and contrast, right? You have
Mhm,
short hair, all right?
mhm,
And you
mhm.
rock your short hair and it looks good, right?
Thank you.
She has short hair,
Mhm,
but
mhm.
as I look at the two heads,
Uh-huh,
something, something, something just ain't right. I love me some Key Sweat. All right. And
uh-huh,
every now and then I gotta say something, something, something,
uh-huh,
something just ain't right. When I look at the right side of the screen, V,
mhm.
and I'm saying this because both of you all have your heads turned opposite to each other right now.
Uh-huh,
And it's easy to compare and contrast the two things, right?
uh-huh.
One is done on purpose. The other one is Sonya Waller Durham Jackson the third. I'm just saying. I'm just
True,
saying. This is a
true.
very good still shot. Y'all want to do some compare, contrast, and compare. Something, something, something just ain't right. But let's see what we got going on now. What's the next lie that's about to come out?
Yes, he's a
Okay.
baby. What the hell?
It's
He's a
baby.
child. What you talking about? So you said your daughter is how
I've
old?
dated a lot of guys. Like my other ex just turned, his birthday's today, actually. I gotta say happy birthday. And he just turned 40 today.
What?
We're
So wait a
we're
minute.
six, we're 15 years apart.
Y'all 15 years apart. But that
Hmm.
other one, he's younger than your daughter?
He's in between my kids, yeah. He's my son will be 24 and my daughter's 36.
Okay.
So they're in between. He's in between.
Wait a
Yeah.
minute. Trillery. She said, wow, I can't do it, but wow in my Nesto voice. Listen.
That's what I said when I met him. I was just like, he old, you know.
I guess he is old then. Hell yeah, he old, I guess.
I was like,
Now
he
that we
old. Because
have some
I just
contact.
always, since I was in my 30s, I've always dated younger than me. So,
Jesus.
you know,
Okay, so
younger, 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 younger.
you knew you were kind of attracted to him after that meeting. Did you guys just start talking on the phone like immediately after that?
Yeah, so we talked on the phone right nonstop since I met him.
Okay, did you
Yeah.
guys and then so you said there was 2 months in between the time that you met him and you went into the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Yep.
and you saw him how many times between meeting him and going into the hospital?
I saw him twice before I went to the hospital.
Okay. And then once you were in
And
the hospital,
and
did he come to see you?
no, it was COVID. Couldn't come see. Nobody can come see.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. You were in
Yeah.
there a month.
A whole month with no visitors.
Oh my
It
Lord.
was the worst.
I know. I'm sure.
What am I doing? Oh, I
So
gotta
that
text him.
means your phone conversations have even more power or more
So I couldn't really
powerful.
talk on the phone because I had a nose tube in me, and I was really messed up in the hospital. So he would just text me every day. Text me every day. You know,
Oh,
how are you doing? What are the doctors saying? Why are you still there? You know, how did surgery go?
okay.
Because I just, I had a lot of stuff done. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
so it was mainly texting me than anything because I really was talking on the phone too much. I couldn't really talk.
Okay. So you weren't really talking to him then. It was all about the texting correspondence.
It
You
was
get
more it
out
was
of
more
the
texting when I was in the hospital. Yeah.
once you got out of the hospital, how soon did you see him after that? Or
I
did
got
you?
out around February 1st. And then I saw him in April.
Okay. All right. So you saw him in April. And then how long between the time that you saw him in April was he arrested?
The very next year. I saw him once in 21, which was April. And he sat with me for like 4 hours and we watched, I can't think of the name of that damn show. We watched some show that he loves to watch, and I never seen it before. Because I was still like, it took me like a year to get somewhat normal from, back into how I was. The doctor said 3 months, but it took a year. So that was 2 months after I got out the hospital. I was still like 80 pounds and like, cropped over or whatever. And then, my stomach I had 2 major surgeries, so my stomach was still left open. Because I had a lot of outpatient therapy. And then I didn't see him until the next year, April. It was a whole year I went without seeing him. I saw him that next April, and then I saw him once in May. And then he got arrested in July. Because the end of 21, I started going to LA a lot for my niece's skit thing. I was doing skits with her. And then
Well, wait a minute.
February, I started looking at locations for my sports bar. So I was looking in Miami. I went to.
Hold on 1 second. Let's go back.
You see what she's trying to do? She's trying to skip past shit that doesn't make sense, that she doesn't really want to give details to. And I know that may be, her habit typically when she's talking to anybody about anything. But here in this interview, you're not gonna, I'm not gonna forget the question I asked. I'm not gonna forget the hole that you just left wide open. We're going to come back to address this.
Yes, no, and I remember thinking like I remember thinking that like so yeah, she does do this. And what in the previous interviews before her, she's gotten away with doing this.
Yep.
So so what hinged on me being a Lenor fan or not being a Lenor fan at this very moment, I said, is she gonna let her get away with this? And I got my answer. I got my answer. I got my answer. I was very pleased. Watch this, y'all.
Though you mentioned that he came to see you in April, sat with you for 4 hours that day, and you didn't see him again till the next year. Why?
Man, I was avoiding him. I wasn't trying to catch feelings. I made sure I didn't want to go around him. I didn't have a problem talking to him on the phone. But once I found out he was married, we had a conversation. And I was like, we can be cool. I just don't want to catch feelings for you. Because I'm not trying to get all caught up.
When did you find out he was married?
2 weeks after we met.
Okay, so how did that come up? 2 weeks after you met him, you find out he's married over the phone, obviously, or when you met up, or how'd you find this out?
In person.
How'd it come up?
He brought it up.
What'd he say?
Oh. In some words, he said he was married.
What were the words?
I don't want to say what the words was because I didn't understand how he put it. It wasn't normal to me how he said it. So
try us.
Okay, she ain't figured that out.
Trust me.
How the hell? Okay, how did she tell in some words? How the hell else do you tell people shit, V? Except for words. Was they communicating with pictures? Were these niggas just playing Pictionary all the time, V? I don't understand what the hell that means in some words.
Right.
See, these are the questions my dumb ass would be asking because I would be like, well, what you mean some words? And why you couldn't understand the words? What words did he use? Were they foreign words? Were they words in Spanish, Espanol? Because you did say that you can't speak Spanish. Right. She don't speak Spanish, V. That's why she couldn't be a lawyer in Miami. So I'm just trying to understand them folks. Was it interpretive dance? Because see, it could have been interpretive dance. That's what them folks say. Okay. Was it Scrabble? I don't understand what you mean some words and why you ain't understand the words. The fuck
Right.
do that mean?
Well, that's
It
why
was
when she said, I said, well, what did he say? She's like, he said it in some words. And I said, what words? She was like, I didn't understand that. Well, try me. Like, you're not gonna look, I'm trying to narrow this down. Let me hear what he said to you. Now I'm gonna tell you something I just picked up on. Another
mhm,
lie. Because she
mhm,
tells me
mhm.
that she slept with him on the second day, right?
Correct. Mhm.
She's met him on one day, the next day they sleep together. 2 months later she is hospitalized. She didn't see him again till April, but she's just said now that he told her this in person 2 weeks
2
after they
weeks.
met.
Right.
So they saw each other 3 times
Mhm.
that first year.
That's why I said that number at the beginning don't make sense, V. It don't make sense for her to say 2 times, but yet she attributes all these other conversations and meetups and everything within the first 2 weeks.
Yeah,
It don't
yeah,
make sense.
it doesn't. It doesn't. I knew it didn't make sense before, but I just realized what she just admitted to was seeing him 3 times the first year. But that goes
Mhm.
against everything else she said, you know,
Mhm.
and what she's going to outline here in a few minutes because I really needed to understand how often they saw each other. But go ahead.
Yeah, because you said, how did you find out to in person? How did he tell you in person?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
Mm-hmm.
see, the math ain't mathing like Legacy Moon said. The math is not mathing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How is it y'all only seen each other twice, but yet
Mm-hmm.
you've already outlined at least 4 different meetings in this one conversation? This
Mm-hmm.
don't make no damn sense. Y'all go back and tell her, y'all, because I know they listening. Y'all go back and tell her that this heifer lying. And we called her. And we called her several times. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke signals, Sonya, is that how y'all normally communicate it? Because she said with some words like that was a sufficient answer to your question, V. With some words. This heifer lying so much, your earrings falling off. How the hell you tell so many lies that somebody earring fall off?
Exactly. All right. Between my earring and that itch I have in my ass now because of all these fucking lies, I can barely focus and sit still. The fuck?
I'm talking about that
She's
heifer
acting like a
said,
whole hemorrhoid right
that,
now.
that heifer said, with words, your earring fell right
Shit.
off. Like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Your earring just lost it. Your earring was like me, just gave up. Just gave the hell up.
Yeah.
I
My
I
ring is like
revised.
this bitch.
I revised said the earrings want to leave the convo. Absolutely they do. Absolutely they do. Shit. This shit don't make no god doggone sense. I'm out this motherfucker. I can hear
None.
better shit. I can hear better shit on Sunday. Um, let's 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 see what else the hell. Let's see if you can get this earring back on.
So it didn't sound,
Okay.
it didn't, but I still was like upset, even though the way he told me, I was trying to understand why did, like, huh? Like, that don't make sense how he said it. Um, but he said it. And then,
And what'd you say?
man, I was pissed because,
You
you
catch
know,
your feelings
huh?
because you were already trying to catch a little bit of feelings.
Because you wasted my time on some things. So,
Amen.
I was pissed. And then I went home, I texted him, blocked him, do not call me anymore, lose my number. I'm good. And then a couple of days, a week passed, and for some reason I just kept thinking about him. And then I was like, you know what, I ain't gonna be mad, but we just gonna be cool. And that's what I told him. I was like, we just gonna be friends. And that's why I was like, I'm not gonna go around you. I said, because I don't want nobody falling in love. I don't want nobody catching feelings. I don't want to make this messy, of a situation, but we can be cool. And that's
How'd
what
that
it
work out
was.
for you?
Before he got arrested, it worked out fine. Oh my God. It worked out fine because I never saw him. And talking to him for 2 minutes on the phone and he's cool. Ain't no pressure, But
Well,
then
let
when,
me understand this. Why do you have to maintain any kind of relationship with a person who just told you 2 weeks in that he's married? Why
because
would you even
I
want to
have,
continue?
because one, I have right now currently about three males that I'm super tight with,
Okay.
and two of them are married. So I do have married friends
Are you tight with
that
their
are
wives
male.
though?
I'm cool with, well, my one friend, me and his wife, we just met at the wedding. I spoke to her like right before they got married, and then I met her at the wedding because he just married her last summer. Um,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. So, but we're still like, it's just as tight as we was before they got married. It was, we never did anything, had any type of romantic. He's been my friend since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, she said we're just as tight as we were before he got married. Is
Mm-hmm.
that normal? Or should there be or should that be a boundary?
I'm
Because
very. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because I'm feeling like a man and a woman can indeed be friends, right? Go
Mhm,
out, hang out, straight platonic. But I
mhm,
I feel like once you get married, that
mhm.
that relationship should kind of like ease up a little bit.
I feel I honestly agree. I will tell you that I for many years I had one of my very best friends was a guy, and I'd known him since like I was a freshman in high school. We didn't go to the same high school, but I was around that age range when I met him,
Mhm.
and we became like the best of friends. Probably by the time I was a senior in high school, all the way until shit my late 20s, right? I
Mhm.
got married, he got married. He got married a year before I did. But
Okay.
when he got married, I personally, because he always had no problem. His whole family knew me. I love him to death. And he had no problems, introducing me to everybody at his wedding as his best friend. And for me, I was uncomfortable with that because I said that should not be the case. I should not
Mhm.
be your best friend because you're married. And since you're married, I just eased up from the relationship. I
Mhm.
eased away because to me, I didn't want her to feel a way about anything. I knew her, I got to know her through him. And at some point, I was even living in Atlanta and they both came down there. That's how I met her. They stayed with me and that sort of thing. So she knew about our relationship. But for me, I don't want any man that I'm in relationship with to consider any woman to be his best
Mhm.
friend that's not me. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I wouldn't want to, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to contribute to that. So it's not that I don't think that men and women can be friends. I believe that they can. And he and I are still friends. But I do think that once you get married, it's about them and you being friends. It doesn't mean that
Right.
like I've gone to lunch with my friend. We
Mhm.
can hook up, whatever, but we're gonna do lunch. We're not gonna do things like go to the movies together or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not gonna be that kind of thing, you know.
Right. So when she says we were just as tight as we were before he was married. To me, now granted, and that's the reason why, I have to, I have to say that, I'm not married. I've never been married, but in my mind, when I think about my parents, the example for marriage that I saw from my parents, it's like that didn't happen. My dad had the people that he worked with some women and they worked together and my mom had her friends or whatever, but it was never we just as tight as we was before you. That just wasn't a thing. And in
Mhm.
my eyes, if I think about if I was married, like I would not want to cause that type of division in my marriage because I got to go hang out with Sonya because me and Sonya
Right.
hung out before we was married. I don't feel like as a man that I
No.
could do that, you know. So that's
No.
why it sounds weird saying that we were just as tight as we was before. I don't know. There's a boundary there now.
Exactly. Exactly. And so my thing is this, and I'll be honest, a lot of men, they may not even recognize that they're doing anything wrong. They may not, but me as the woman in this situation, I'm not going to allow you as the man to get it wrong here. If you and I are best friends, then we are best friends enough for me to say, now look, baby, now look, things gonna change now because you're
Mhm.
married. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And it's
Right.
not that this person's trying to get with me, or it's not like this is a breakup. This is just an evolution to where our friendship goes to now. And it's just not going to be the same because before we weren't married, neither one of us were married. Now that at least one of us is married, things change. They change.
Right.
And you just need to respect that. And if a man doesn't see that or the need to do it that way, the women in the scenario need to take control of the situation and help them understand it. That's just my thought.
Yeah, and I think and that's what I'm saying about like men have to be men in those situations, and being a man in that situation. Hey, we still as tight? Not quite, because if we was that tight, I would have married you, but I
Hmm.
didn't. I married this woman over here who I love.
Thank
You know,
you.
like Dave Hollister said, my favorite girl is over here.
Hmm.
So I'm not dissing you, I'm not putting you down, but our tightness is going to have to loosen up quite a bit because I'm married now. Like you said, you set that boundary, and I feel like it is the man's job to do that. So
Yeah.
any man that she is still tight with after being married, he's not fulfilling his duty as a husband to
Yeah.
set that boundary and make that right. That's
Yeah.
that's and that's why it sounds weird when she says that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a great thing that happens once he gets married. You may find that this is a long lost sister you never even knew, because of him, he brought y'all together. As a couple now, we're friends, or, our kids are going to grow. It's a different thing. So now it's like we are all going to be friends, or it's going to be nothing. It's going to be all or
Right. Right.
nothing.
Right. Right. So so that's weird. And again, what Sonya has a tendency to do, if y'all don't know this by now, Sonya has a tendency to project the things that we say about her that she says are not true. She projects them in the things that she says. We
Mm,
said that she does not respect boundaries. What she just said proves that she does not respect boundaries if she's saying that she's just as tight with a man as he was before he got married. That's asinine. It's absolutely crazy. And boundaries do need to be set. I
mhm,
mean, it just do. So
mhm. Yes, ma'am.
So, we just always been cool. That was just always my boy. And then the other one, I've known, me and him been cool for 20 years. He's been
Mhm.
married for 30 years. And
and how the hell is this answering your question, by the way? I just want to say you
Child,
asked for a question that ain't got shit to do with this, but okay. All right.
there were
Okay.
times I'm like, what was my fucking question? Because this girl could talk.
My God. Oh my God. I'm just trying to figure out how she's answering your question. Let's see.
me and his wife are cordial.
Cordial. Okay.
Cordial.
Why is
Mhm.
that? Why is it just cordial?
Because again, I don't really see him. He lives in Detroit. I don't see him like that. But I do talk to him a lot.
Uh-huh.
So, we had dinner together, me, him, and the wife, and all of that type of
Okay.
stuff. So we're cordial. I mean, we ain't, hey girl, da, 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 call me
Okay.
type, you know.
Now,
So
the reason why I asked that is because, okay, so you're saying you were never romantically linked to either of those male friends.
no. And then when I got married, my husband had female friends. I didn't like, oh, okay, so now, you can't see girls, you can't, whoever you cool with, you can't be cool with them. Like, I was not that person. I didn't care. I'm gonna trust you, I'm gonna trust you. So the thing of it is, in my mind, the way it works, because I was raised by more so my dad, so I kind of think more like a man than more like a woman on a lot of things.
Mm.
I just feel like if a person gonna cheat, they gonna cheat. You can meet somebody, sleep with them the same day. It doesn't have to be somebody you're friends with that you end up in bed with. So
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I didn't have a problem. It was when I got cheated on in life with relationships, it was always somebody they just met. It was nobody they was cool with. Because I've never put that stipulation on nobody I've ever dated. So they never cheated with friends. They always cheated with the new chick they met at the restaurant, at the grocery store, at the red light. It was never somebody that was already in their life.
This heifer got cheated on by somebody that her boyfriend met at a red light. V.
What?
This heifer got cheated on by somebody her man met at a red light. Pulled up at the red light, looked over, and cheated on Sonya. Sonya, please stop telling on yourself. Shit.
That's bad,
Do
ain't
you
it?
do you know what it takes? Do you know how much I have to not like you? Okay. In order think about it. Do you know how much I have to not like you in
Mm-hmm.
order for me to be at a stoplight
Uh-huh.
and meet somebody and
Mm-hmm.
cheat on you with somebody I met at the damn stoplight?
Yeah, that's serious, ain't
Red light special. I said red light special.
it?
Listen, y'all. Y'all, for the most part, when a guy cheats, because I know some cheaters, I know some notorious cheaters, right? When they cheat, it takes them getting the person, getting their number, they make that decision, they make the plan, and they do the thing, right? She's saying that somebody cheated on her with somebody they met at a red light. Red lights are like a minute. So in that minute, he made the decision to say, I'm going to fook somebody else right now.
Yeah.
That's what happened at the red
Yeah.
light. Damn it,
Mm-hmm.
Sonya. Damn it, Sonya. That cooch is damaged. That
Very
cooch
much
is
so.
if
Mm-hmm.
if you if you looking at people at the red light, I wish I could get with her. Anybody but that thing at home, I'll do
Mm-hmm.
it. I'll do it. And then here comes somebody pulling up in a Geo Metro. Remember Geo Metros? In somebody pull up within the Geo Metro at the red light, and you look over at them and say, "I'll get with them. I'll do it."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, Sonya, I'm so sorry that you're going through this. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Okay, y'all. All right.
Life.
Okay.
And the way I think about it, if something was going to happen with somebody, it was like it would have transpired, not came about, even though I met him after he was married, not
Yeah.
before he was married.
But
But at the
here's the
same
thing.
time,
Here's the thing, though. Here's the difference. With Nesto, you know that you're meeting him, even though you went there for business, the business thing was done in the first 5 minutes of your conversation. So y'all spent 3 hours together that day, and then 2 weeks pass. You know romance is what's leading this relationship at this point, and then you find out he's married. Why continue dealing with him at all?
because he was cool as a person, and I just felt like I could be his friend, and I don't have to go around him, and I can control, my emotions, because
He
you
didn't
know,
want to be your friend, though, Sonya.
hmm?
He didn't want to be your friend.
He was okay. He said okay, and
Of course he said
he
that.
never divvied outside of what I said. He never, the stuff that I said, he never pressured me to run into him. He asked on a couple occasions, and I was like, I ain't going around you. And he would laugh, and I'd be like, nah, dude, I ain't coming around you. I'm good. What you talking about? I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm not coming around you. So I'm like, we good. We good just being phone buddies. So I was phone buddies.
Okay, but you got to know that you're still, if you're phone buddies, because that's the thing about that talking, that communication, that phone stuff. I feel like that penetrates a woman's heart more than a man. Like I think, and more than like physical touch. Like I really feel
It
like
depends. We
if you
weren't
let them
having
get in your
intimate
head,
girl. We weren't having boyfriend girlfriend conversations where we would talk. That's the thing. It was how's your day? How's the restaurant? All right, bye. That was it. It wasn't like, I miss you. When can I see you? It wasn't all that boo type conversation. It
but
was
Sonya,
just
I mean
that.
Sonya. I'm about to call you Tanya. Sonya, but here's the thing.
Hmm?
Real quick right there. This is what I was trying to get across to her. And I don't think she understood because she doesn't really listen to understand.
Right.
She just wants to talk.
Right.
But you tell me if this is not correct.
Okay.
You're a man,
Yes.
a heterosexual man.
Yes.
And my understanding is that women fall in love with what she hears, men fall in love with what they see. Like men are very visual. And I'm not
Right.
when I say fall in love, I'm being a little sarcastic there. I just
Gotcha.
mean that we are attracted, women are attracted mostly to what we're hearing, how the man is speaking to us, what they're promising us, how they're treating us in that way. Whereas men, if you find a lot of times that's all you need to get, in the door. You know,
Hmm.
he has to be physically attracted to you 9 times out of 10. That's what is important to the man. So is that true or not true?
Okay, here's what I would say about that. I would say that that might be the first thing.
Right. That's
Okay,
what I
so I
mean.
think like yeah, so I think like if we're talking about what we prioritize as men, right?
Mhm,
We
mhm,
prioritize in a lot of cases what you're saying is true. That
mhm.
that might be priority number one. Priority number two is going to be though how does she cook, is she
Oh, yeah.
intelligent,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
is she,
yeah.
does she have a career, all those things that now some of us, okay, now some of us have evolved past that, right? Because some of
Mhm.
us will have gotten to the point to where we've been with the woman that's got the figure and the fine and all that other stuff, and it didn't
Right,
work out because
right,
part two wasn't there.
right.
So a lot of us have evolved to where part two kind of replaces part one or works in conjunction. You can't just have the one thing without having the other thing. So I
Mhm,
think that like for men, like we get a little complicated in that depending on what we've been through. If
mhm,
we've been
mhm.
through it where we've had that and we understand that all that's nice and it's good eye candy, but we also understand that eye candy can give us spiritual diabetes.
Right.
So
No doubt about it. But let
so
me
so
ask you this. Well, go
okay.
ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
But
I was just gonna say, so a lot of us have moved past that. So, in a lot of ways, what you're saying is true when it comes to men, but I think in a lot of ways it also depends on what that man has gone through in past relationships and what he's learned from those past relationships.
Mhm. And let me say this too. So this is again what I'm saying lends to this. So let's say you're in that relationship, you
Mhm,
found one another and you know that you're a good match. The truth of the matter is how I'm walking around looking around the house will probably matter to that man.
mhm,
He will be excited when he sees me put myself together or
right,
put on something cute or make myself up for him and not just for when we're walking out the house because aesthetics matter. What he sees matters. And the
right,
same would go for me because I still need to hear you talk to me like you used to talk to me. I want to spend time with us
mhm,
sharing and hearing
yeah,
each other's dreams and I want to hear you call me baby and I want to, you know what I'm saying? So
mhm,
again,
mhm,
we still divert back to that thing that's true to who we are as from a natural state, and that is women love what they hear and men love
mhm,
what they see. And if you
yeah.
want to keep these people happy, you got to give them what they need. And I think she didn't understand what I was saying there.
No,
Like,
she didn't.
because if she's on the phone with him all the time, that's what I was getting at. He knows how much to say to her, what to say to her, because he's been listening. The
Mhm,
one thing about Nesto, I think he listens. He may not understand everything, but one
mhm,
thing he is trying to pick up on some things. He is not as oblivious to shit as many people think because he's a full-blown career criminal. He is
right,
all about sniffing out his prey. And I think Sonya normally wouldn't be his prey. I think
mhm,
if she didn't see him, there's a reason why she wasn't seeing him because he figured out that she didn't have or wasn't about the shit that she claimed she was about. And
right,
so therefore she's no longer a priority because he's moving on to the next prey. You know what I'm saying? Next victim.
yeah.
So but her, she's I don't know. That's all. That's all I was saying.
Well, yeah, and you're right, but then when you look at so on the man side, if we look at Nesto, what was Nesto's purpose? Because with men, what when it comes to a woman, we are very, very, very clear on what our purpose is with a woman. If there is a man that walks up to somebody in Sears, do they still have Sears? If a man
No.
walks up to a woman, okay, okay, all right. So if a man walks up to a woman in service merchandise Okay.
Oh my God. No,
And
no,
okay, they ain't got that either.
no.
Okay.
Although that was my favorite store of all times, but go
Uh,
ahead.
okay. So if a man walks up to a woman in Gafers, okay,
Who is
or
that?
McCrae's, okay.
Who is that?
If a man walks up to a woman in Belk, okay, Belk, okay, all
I
right,
know of it, but we don't have it. But yeah.
okay, all right, all right,
Is
all right.
Belk still open?
I don't know, but see, see, this is what
Children's
happens when you order everything on Amazon. This is what happens, okay.
Okay.
I don't know what's still open. Anyway, so you're in TGNY, all right, and a man walks up to a woman. He knows why he's walking up to her, right? He knows what purpose he has, right? He knows his intention. Now, whether he
Mhm,
makes that intention known to that woman or not depends on the man. But for the
mhm,
most part, men know. So Nesto knew that Sonya was not a long-term thing. Nesto knew that when he saw Sonya, that's what he wanted to do was he wanted to use her for a night, maybe two, and that was
mhm,
going to be it. Nesto knew that. We know that when we see a woman, we know whether or not we want to see if she's wife material or whether she's just out for a good time. We want to know that because we know what our purpose is.
mhm,
So there is no like, oh well, we were just friends. He just wanted to be friends. He was okay with being friends. No, he wasn't, and you were right when you said that. No,
mhm.
he wasn't. He wasn't trying to be your friend. That wasn't his purpose.
Right.
Because no matter how confused we might be on other things, when it comes to women, we know what we're trying to get out of that situation. We already know,
Exactly.
you know.
Exactly.
So
Mhm.
there isn't
You'd
any
be
of that.
hard
So
pressed. You'd be hard pressed trying to change a man's mind about making you his main squeeze. He either knew
right,
he wanted you for that or he didn't. You know, and if
right.
he did, he probably doesn't. It doesn't say mean that people don't change their minds or they don't make discoveries later on. Sure, that happens, but for the most part, a man is very clear about how he wants you in their life. Now, a lot of times it's the opposite, where the man he wants you to be his woman, but the woman, puts him in the friend zone, but he will lay in wait until his chance comes again. A lot of times, if he
Hmm.
sticks around, it's because his intentions never changed. Because,
Right.
like you said, you know what you want. Um, but if this is the detour I have to take now until I can get you to a position where I can convince you
Hmm.
differently, I think men do that, but
Absolutely.
I think women, you can probably change our minds faster than we can change yours.
Hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because once we set that intention, we don't switch it up.
You
Won't switch
really
it up.
don't.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm, won't switch it up.
You really don't.
This is what I needed you in my life for. Either you did that thing or you did not do that thing. But
Mhm.
we're not going to put a new title on anything else.
Yeah.
That's just the way that we operate. So yeah, it looks like what exactly are you doing with your fingers here, V? I'm not sure what this is. Not sure.
I
But
don't know.
you're
I don't
doing your best. You're doing your best to get through this. I love it. I love it.
I'm just,
That's
yeah, you know, you see a lot of the autistic children, or different people who or have OCD, like they have like a little ritual when they're doing certain things. And like,
Mhm.
great, I was watching, what was I watching? Oh shit. Oh, The Accountant. I had never seen it. So I watched it a couple days ago, right? So
Mhm.
good. And there was a time because he was autistic, and before he sit down to eat, he'd blow in his fingers
Mhm.
before he go to messing with his food. I feel like I'm over here trying to work through my, whatever it is that's going on in my head. I'm trying to pull myself back using my fingers to do, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to get a grip on what the fuck I'm saying because this lady's got me losing it. Okay. So my hands are helping me focus. Okay.
Dimples Wumple said V is giving the T-Rex claw clap.
I'm trying to grasp at something. Okay. Because there's nothing here. There's nothing here.
Oh God, let's listen. This is good. This is good stuff. Let's listen.
Think about it like this. You may have said you just wanted to be friends, but trust me, he stayed around because he was going to change your mind. They always are thinking they can change your mind. That if they just lay and wait and play that role, as soon as an opportunity presents itself, they will slide right. They think they can slide right in. He was doing that to you. Now that doesn't make him a bad guy because of that.
No,
A lot of these dudes do that.
I can't say that because his text messages, when you look at me and him's text messages, it could look like it's two girls talking. It's none of that, you know, boo this, that, and the other, and da. It's none of that type of. And then plus, I'm dating all the while. We would talk about my dates, and I don't even know why they didn't play that because
Oh my God, she does not understand. Everything you're trying to tell her, and V, I give you credit because nobody else was giving her like life lessons, life advice. And you were doing that. And every single thing that you tried to tell her, she did not understand. That is not your fault, V. You did the best you could. Okay. You have no reason to feel bad about any of this shit. She was too slow. Okay.
Did you hear her say that if you looked at our text messages, it was like two girls were talking?
You would have thought it was between two girls. Now, I don't know how Nesto would have felt about that.
Right.
Because we are already questioning Nesto about every damn thing he say. Okay. Because some of that stuff is questionable. Right. Now she want to come out and talk about it. If you look at the text, it looked like it was between two girls. and one of them girls happens to like Gary with the T. Okay. And so, you know, and the other one is Sonya. I'm just saying it don't make no sense that you would say that it looked like it because we've read them texts.
Right.
We have read those texts.
Right.
We at no point did I say, V, wait, is this your part or is this my part? Because I can't tell what the girl part is because it sounds like there's two girls. At no point have I ever had that confusion.
At all.
Lady Janice, I believe that you are right. Lady Janice says she don't know what to say.
She don't.
She's literally pulling shit out of her long back. She ain't got no ass, y'all. She ain't got no ass. I'm just saying. She is pulling shit out of her long back, and it ain't making no sense. It ain't making no damn sense. I'm just saying. Like, but Lady Janice, I think you are correct. She don't know. She has no idea what she's talking about. She is making shit up as she go. And V is being so hospitable. V is being so caring, and she's a nurturer and listening. Look at her. Look at that look on her face. V is looking like you simple little dummy.
I was giving her the benefit of the doubt, even still here. Okay. Now I heard little things that obviously I've already mentioned and have even, you know, stopped her and asked about. But even here, I'm still not thinking too crazy, or I'm not feeling like I'm not as annoyed as I eventually get. Let's just say that. You know, there comes a point where it's like, now, girl, come on now. Enough is enough. And that's when we, you know, I start to get a little tough with it. But honestly, at this point, I'm still like, okay, all right, whatever. And we're moving on with it, you know. But yeah.
This is insane.
You know, when I was in Florida, I was on dating sites and I was dating and going out on dates, and me and him would talk about them on the phone, you know, about my dates. I don't know why they've never played none of those calls, but we would always talk about the guys I'm seeing, and we would just talk like we was just cool. Okay. We didn't talk about him and what he was doing because he had already said he's married. I didn't ask anything about, you know, how's that going, or, you know, this, that, and other. Only time I would ask him something about is when he's not at home. Then I would say, why aren't you at home? It's 11 o'clock, it's 12 o'clock at night. Why are you outside? What you doing? You know, and that would be it. Other than that.
And what would his answer be? Why was he outside 11 o'clock at night and he got a whole wife at home? Why was he out?
He was calling
your ass at that. I would be.
I was in town. I wasn't in town at the time. I was in Florida at this time. I was in Florida, so I wasn't even there.
But still, why he calling you at 11 o'clock instead of being home with his wife, who was probably in bed getting ready to get up the next morning for her show?
Well, so at this time he was dating the other girls, so he wasn't even
Girl,
You know what I'm
did you know
saying?
he was dating girls?
I didn't know till I read the warrants. I didn't know nothing about the relationships that he was having. I never asked him what he was doing. You know, what you doing out here? Are you dating? Da 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 da. I assumed he was faithful to the wife.
Okay, so let's get. How could you
Whoa!
assume that this nigga
We're
was
gonna get
Man,
there.
How she assumed he was faithful to the wife, V?
Yeah, exactly. When he was fucking you.
Right. How was
This
that
is
an
why I said.
assumption that
Go ahead.
I,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand why that would be the assumption when he slid the toys and shit into you.
Well, that's what I
I,
say to her eventually. Hmm.
I'm just trying to understand why. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm sorry,
Her
B.
logic is stupid.
That was just a natural reaction to some bullshit. I'm sorry. Okay, let's try this
Mhm.
again. Okay. All right.
right?
and I
And he
didn't
was
think I didn't
faithful
put
to
too
his
much thought
wife.
into that situation. I was doing other things. I was trying to open up a business, you know, and I was dating, and I was like, he again was this part of my life. He was about that much of my life, so it wasn't like no whole focus on him.
I
Only
get
thing that kind of rang an alarm was because he called every day like a breakfast call. You know, you get his coffee, he'll call and say da 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 da, a 5 minute call, and he hang up, and then the call stopped, and then I was like, something ain't right, you know, and that's when he got arrested, and I was just like, he always
okay.
calls just to say hi.
Okay, well, hold on. So you said you saw him once in 2019. Was that right?
I didn't know him in 19. I met him in 20.
Okay, you saw him once in 20,
Twice,
twice
twice in 20, once in 21,
once in 21.
twice in 22.
When did you guys in 22? After now, that means you've known him at this point about a year
A
and a
year
half.
and a half.
Y'all been talking daily. You're clear that he's married. How did you all get into engage in this physical encounter you had? Because you
That
guys
happened. That happened in 20.
the one time you saw him? No,
The
20.
second time I saw him,
Girl, what? Sonya!
we were 3 hours in. What are you talking about? No. We had 3 hours of conversation.
Her daughter's always, I can't. This is my moderator. Shut up, girl. Shut up, her daughter.
Tomorrow,
Thank you, her daughter, because I can't either. Shit. I can't either. I
Her
can't.
daughter was trolling the shit out of Sonya in that chat, by the way. Okay. Was trolling her ass. And a lot of people in that chat were like disgusted, and they knew more than what I knew about her and things that she had said on those calls. But
Mhm.
even without having that knowledge, I knew what she was saying wasn't adding up. You know, everything she was saying it was contradicting itself.
The second day. Now, see, okay, none of this shit is making sense. Saw him twice. Okay, so if we follow her logic, twice in 2019.
No,
Once was
twice
it?
in 2020.
Okay, twice in 20, once in 21, and twice in 22.
Yes.
And she slept with him on the second day, but then they only saw each other one more time in between 20 and 20. That don't make no god doggone sense.
She's saying and now that I'm hearing this again, she's saying that so when she got out of the hospital, she said in February, she saw him in April. That was in 2021. That was the only time she saw him. I guess that was when he went over there, watched snowfall, changed her diaper and left and never saw him again for a year.
I ain't gonna lie. If I go over somebody's house and change your diaper, I ain't never gonna see you again. Like I'm not seeing you no more.
Ever in life?
Ever, 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 ever again.
Really?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Damn.
I ain't come over there for that. I ain't come over to change diapers. I'm not Mr. Belvedere.
Mr. Belvedere don't change diapers either.
Well, hell, well, neither do I. Shit. Maybe we just got that in common. I ain't come here for this. Now I come over here to see what Franklin Saint was doing. Okay. I came to see what Leon was doing.
Why he had to
Okay.
go over there to watch it? Here's the
I
thing:
don't,
if I like you, right?
Mhm.
I'm interested in you, and you just got out of the hospital, and I came over here to spend time with you. I would think we'd be trying to catch up and look at each other's eyes and not be watching snowfall.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
No,
Nope.
I almost died because I got shot 82 times back in the 90s,
Right.
and I'm suffering from a blockage due to scar tissue, and I almost died
Hmm.
again. And when I see you, I have the chance to see you again. I don't think I want to sit here and binge watch Snowfall with you.
No. No.
No.
Mm-mm. Not at all. Not at
And then
all.
I would think I would see you again that year. I think I would.
Mm-hmm. Because ain't no way in the hell you caught up with Leon and Jerome and them in one night. You just came over there, watched Snowfall, and now you know whether or not Louis gonna die. Huh? Huh? You know all that in one night. You ain't got to come back to see if Louis gonna make
Hmm.
it, because we ain't know if Louis was gonna make it. Okay, but I guess he knew. Hmm.
Okay.
I guess
Hmm.
he was good with it. I guess he was like,
Hmm.
I'll just come
Hmm.
back a year later. But ain't no way in the hell I'm gonna come back a year later and I had to change your diaper. It just ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
It just ain't gonna happen. But we didn't know
Hmm.
if Louis was gonna make it. Did you think Louis was gonna make it? Because a lot of people didn't know if Louis was gonna make it. V. Um, I ain't know. I was on the fence. I figured she would make it, but hell, no, we not doing that. Oh shit.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know that was exciting. No, 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 no. Oh shit, I need you to change my diaper. No, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
We're not we're not doing
Maybe
that.
that's why he didn't return. And that's
Mm,
why I keep saying to this lady, he did not like you like that. He didn't, because a man, you got to do everything under the sun to keep a man who wants to see you away from you. He will find every way, which way, excuse, ideas. He'll find all kinds of reasons and ways to see you. Not just he just ghosts you out of the and you don't see him again for a year and he's okay with that. It's
right,
just not typical.
right. Because I have said I left my grandmama earring at your house. I
Mhm.
need to come over there and get it. I, I,
I need
I,
to go back over there.
I left my grandmama earring at your house. Okay, and I need to come get
Did
it.
you find it? Did
I
you
ain't got
see
no.
it?
I
Did it
ain't got
roll
no
over the
grandmama.
couch?
I ain't got no grandmama. And
I ain't got no grandmama.
I ain't
No,
got no
ain't.
grandmama, y'all. I ain't got no grandmama. Okay, I grew up without a grandmama, but I sure told a girl one time I left my grandmama earring at your
Mhm.
house. She needed for Sunday. It's her lucky earring. That's the one she got baptized in. So
Oh,
she
wait.
needed for Sunday. See,
Why
so
you
yes,
involve Christianity and the Lord in this lie? Huh?
it was a fictional grandmama. See, you have to understand the grandmama didn't exist, so that's why I thought it was okay.
You thought it was
Okay,
okay.
I thought it was okay. I did because the
Mm.
grandmama wasn't real.
You brought the church into your mess with you.
Yeah, because but I also bought fictional grandmama into it. Okay, I was just trying to get over there. V. I was just trying to get back into the dope. That's all.
At least you honest now.
I'm just saying. I tried.
Oh
I tried.
God.
Okay, don't
Hmm.
judge me, a lady 747. Don't judge me. Okay, I was trying. I had liked it at her. Okay, I had liked it at her. That's all I'm saying. Let's listen.
I was
Okay,
not promised. No.
Lord. But see, if tomorrow's not promised, I dare sure there would be caught when Jesus come in the bed of a married man.
I did not
Girl,
know he was married. I'm under the impression that he's single like I'm single.
wait a minute. So you mean to tell me this Negro slept with you before
He
he
didn't
told you
sleep.
he was
No,
married?
he didn't. No, it wasn't an overnight thing. That wasn't overnight, was it?
Could you stop that right there?
Sure.
I ain't got
And
no good memory.
this fool right here. Now there, I can't get past this when she says that. When I say, you mean to tell me this Negro slept with you? So if I say that you slept with somebody, What does that mean, Native?
That means that you had hot, steamy relations, V.
Okay. So when I say to her, you mean to tell me that this Negro slept with you and blah, 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 blah. And she said, no, there was no sleeping. It wasn't an overnight thing. Bitch, I know that.
She's so damn stupid.
Stupid. Listen to her. Go back 10 seconds. Because this is,
Oh
you
my
gotta really pay attention
god.
to what the hell she's saying. She's so
Oh
stupid.
my god. This is so dumb. Oh.
Engage in this physical encounter you had because you
That
guys
happened. That happened in 20.
the one time you saw him. No,
The
20.
second time I saw him,
Girl, what? Sonya!
we were 3 hours in. What are you talking about? No. We had 3 hours of conversation.
Her daughter's always, I can't. This is my moderator. Shut up, girl. Shut up, her daughter.
Tomorrow is not promised. No.
Lord. But see, if tomorrow's not promised, I damn sure there would be caught when Jesus come in the bed of a married man.
I did
Girl.
not know he was married. I'm under the impression that he's single like I'm single.
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me this Negro slept with you before
He didn't
told
sleep.
you he was married?
No, he didn't. No, it wasn't an overnight thing.
He didn't sleep, V. Because see, you can't be fooking and be sleeping at the same
Right.
time.
Good
Okay.
point. Good
So
point.
he didn't sleep.
She's
Okay.
correct there. Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't sleep. It wasn't. They didn't spend the night overnight.
Mm-hmm.
That there was no sleeping involved. Mary Willis.
Right.
Mary Willis, stop laughing. See, this is why we can't get this girl no help because all y'all do is laugh at her, Mary Willis. Stop laughing at her, Mary Willis. Okay, okay. She don't know that sleeping together don't mean actually sleeping. Okay, Kimmy K say what an idiot. Yes, she is. But this is why Mary Willis said, "Oh my God, slow." She said, "No, we weren't sleeping. There was no sleep. It wasn't a sleepover."
She's stupid.
She is. She is. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Look. Here come your friend. Here come your friend. He didn't have his spend the night bag.
I bet he had another bag. I bet
Black
he
men out there,
may not have
we
had
know.
his spend the night bag, but he had some spend the time bag. That spend the time bag.
Sure enough. Sure enough. Okay, y'all. All right. Okay. All right. We getting good. It's getting good. It's getting good. I'm having a good time. We having a good time. Okay.
That wasn't overnight, was it? I ain't got no good memory. I don't think that was.
You see my face?
Yeah, that was overnight.
Oh no. This is the still. This is the still shot.
I am like, the fuck?
Y'all, this is the still shot of the night. Y'all look at V. Lenore face.
Child.
Y'all look at V. Lenore face.
I'm like, I know you lying.
What?
I
And this is the,
really can't understand what I'm hearing.
out of all the questionable shit that she has said all night long, V. Lenore, this is the first time that you have looked like this all night. The first time that you have looked like this.
Yeah. I wanted to look like this, but now it's becoming hard to hold back the looks. Okay.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm saying. I Revive said V. Lenore looking at the chat like, y'all hear this shit? Oh my. Oh my. Yeah. Yeah. She's trying to figure out, and she's really thinking about it. Like, did he spend the night? Was that an overnight? Did he spend the night
This
overnight?
fool.
He was sleeping. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Okay, y'all. Let's see if V. Lenore can avoid this look for the rest of this damn interview.
Shit.
That was overnight.
So where did this take place? I just want to know.
Buckhead?
In it, like, what, did he have an apartment? Was it at his?
I had an apartment. No,
So he came to your
I had an
place?
apartment.
Oh, he came to your place.
Yeah, I had an apartment. I lived alone. My kids were grown and gone.
Okay, because I was under the impression it happened in like an RV or something.
No, we talked in his RV when
Okay.
I saw him on some other times, but no.
So you
Wait,
met.
We was talking in the RV and he said go in the back and I was like, no.
So didn't he? So the people told me right there that she's lying because they're saying that she did have sex with him in the RV. Then somebody told me it was the ambulance. So what happened? She's now saying it took place at her apartment.
Hell, even she said it was in the RV. There's a call where she said it was in the RV. So she's contradicting herself on that call because she said, you told me to go, and when we was in the RV, you said go take your clothes off.
Mm-hmm.
And she went back there and took her clothes off, and they did it in the RV.
See, I haven't heard that call, but
Mhm.
I had not. Well, I still haven't heard that call, but I know that call exists because many people have brought it up. I've heard people discussing it, but
Mhm.
people were like, "V, that's not what she told people." You know, like when she's telling me this, I'm like, "Wait, what?"
Mhm.
So yeah, I didn't know at this time. I found out later.
Yeah, no. So she's totally lying right here. This is an absolute downright lie. She
Mhm.
outlined to him because it was one of those calls where she was trying to go over her feelings and how her feelings were. And you told me to go in the back of the RV and take my clothes off, and I was like, whoop. And then she went back there and did it. So yeah, it was one of them.
Yeah, Black would not be there saying she didn't say it happened at her apartment. She said she had an apartment, and she does do that. She does have a slick way. Sonny's not afraid to lie to people, but in this particular case, I think that's what she'll say. In her mind, she wasn't lying because when I say, "So you had an apartment?" So y'all did. So it was at your apartment, and she's like, "Yeah, I had an apartment. I had an apartment."
Right.
You know
Right.
what I mean? Like she's
She had an
being
apartment, but yeah, so she's avoiding the question.
exactly. She won't give a direct answer.
This is absolutely pathetic.
Mhm.
But let's listen.
The first time and I was like, no, like, 'cause I just met you and we just was talking about all kind of like non-romantic type situations and all that type of stuff. I was like,
Sonya, here.
that
So
would be weird.
now I'm more perplexed because you said you met him. Y'all spent that day together, 3 hours talking, getting to know each other. Then I'm assuming y'all are on the phone nonstop. And then the next time you see him,
We
you
wasn't on the phone nonstop.
but that's even worse. I'm trying to help it. Okay, I'm trying to help
We
you.
wasn't on the phone nonstop.
Then that's worse because I'm gonna tell you why it's worse. So then you telling me y'all did you jumped right into the. I mean, I'm not judging you for wanting to engage with him, but for you have not to even ask whether or not he was either seeing somebody or married, knowing how these.
You know what? I just assume if a person went there, you got to be single. That's just my being
Why do you
naive.
think that?
Man, I just be thinking people move like I move because
He's
so,
a dude. He has a dick. Do you have a dick? Because that's
No,
how
I
they
don't.
work. That's how they think with them things. Okay.
I be trying. You know what? Call me napping on that one, but I really like.
Call me napping on that one.
She sound
Oh,
clown.
she sounds so god doggone clown right now. I can't figure out. I can't figure out exactly what it is that she's ashamed of in this moment. Because a lot of times people are going to lie when they are ashamed of something, right? So what is it that she's ashamed of? Is she ashamed that he was married? Is she ashamed that it was the second time that they met? Is it where is the shame coming at that she keeps evolving this story to make less and less sense? And then at the end, when you trapped her, because you've done a masterful job of trapping her with her own words. When you trap her in and then she has, well, you got me napping on that one. Huh? What are you lying about? And why are you ashamed of it? I feel
Mhm.
like if that's what you do, if you meet dudes and you sleep with them on the second date, stand on it. Be proud of it. That's who you are. You
Mhm.
know, and we can't change you. We can't judge you and we cannot change you. So just stand on that. Instead of going all the way around the world, look at her looking up in the air trying to figure out what to say next.
Mhm.
I just don't understand. It's almost like she wasn't there. When Sonya tells stories, it's almost like she's telling it from another point of view and she wasn't there. What was your thought? Why were you doing this? Why were you behaving this way? Because you did give the disclaimer that, okay, if that's what you wanted to do, you grown, do it. But damn it, you ain't got a lot to kick it, Craig.
Right. Exactly.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Chick-fil-A said Chick-fil-A said Bozo the bald headed clown. Why are you doing this, Chick-fil-A guy? We trying to have a serious conversation over here with Sonya Waller, Durham Jackson III. Victoria say lie loading. That's exactly what it looked like.
Mhm.
There is
Mhm.
a lie loading in that little brain. Let's see what she come up with.
I don't know. What was my head at in that period of my life? What was I thinking about? I don't know. I don't know. I was, you know
Well,
what it could have been too? You know what it could have been at the same time because I was not looking to be in a relationship. So I wasn't really asking relationship questions or like, you know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't really interested. But at the same time, I'm assuming you not with nobody because you in my face like this. Maybe that's where I was at. But I know I wasn't trying to,
you know that
be in no relationship. Hmm?
Sonya, we ain't no spring chickens, okay? I'll be 54. I had to think about it. I'll be 54 next month, okay? Ain't no way in hell I'm gonna assume. Now you worked in nightclubs too? You can't tell me
Yeah, I
you
worked in
just
night, but I
assumed
worked
that
in I
because
worked with
dudes,
females. I worked with strippers and stuff like that.
yeah, you worked with females, but men came.
Men
Men
came, but I
came
really
to the
wasn't. I
club.
didn't really engage with the guys because again, I was over the managers. The managers would talk to the customers. I pretty much dealt with the finance, the structure,
But you
and I kind of dealt
still,
with the girls because the guys was always trying to screw them. So I would deal with the girls a lot.
okay, you may have dealt with the girls a lot. I get it. But you had to know in our 50s how these niggas work, how they function. And when I say that, I mean
I don't
men
know,
are
you know
just
what?
like
Maybe
that.
because he was an old man, I wasn't thinking he was moving like that.
You and
Maybe
this
that's what
old
it
man
was. I
shit.
don't. I can't
That's
call it because I
me.
don't know what my. I can't 1,000% say. Maybe because he was old, I didn't think he was moving like that. Because people grow old and they get slow. Maybe that's what I was thinking, that he wasn't young and out here doing it all, and he might be old and slow. But he wasn't. He was old and doing it like he was young.
There is nothing that I can't explain to you what I was thinking. Like it is not an out of body experience for me to think of things. If you ask me like in 1995 why you did this and that, I can say, well, here's what I was thinking. This is why I thought that way. I was young. I didn't know about this. I hadn't been experienced in this. So therefore I made this decision, right? There
Mhm.
is nothing that I have to go, huh? What was I thinking? I don't know what I was thinking. What was I thinking? I don't know. Maybe I hadn't cut my toenails that day, and it was kind of hurting a little bit, and so I wasn't in my right frame of thought. Maybe that's what it was. I
Mhm.
don't know. This is not the way grown, mature, developed adults think about anything.
Mhm.
This is not how you explain anything that you
Mhm.
don't know what you were thinking. Let me think back to what I was thinking. If that's what you wanted to do, if you knew this man was married and that's what you wanted to do, stand on that. I could respect it a lot better
Mhm.
if she would have just said, you know what, Lenore, I knew he was married, but I just had to have him. I can respect that better than this bullshit she doing right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Just
I
stand
just
10 toes down in your bullshit. Yes. You
that's
know?
the only thing, and people would be able to respect this whole thing a lot better, and they would respect Sonya a lot better. And it's like I don't know if she understands that the reason why people dislike her is because of shit like this. It's
Mhm.
because of just answer the damn question. Just say what it was. Because right now you're making it worse. And I can't see the chat, but I'm pretty sure the chat was roasting her ass. I am
Oh
positive.
yeah. Oh, the whole time. Oh, the whole time they wore her ass out in that chat.
This is sad.
Completely.
This is sad. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
And that was even a shock to me when I read
About the liquid
warrants and found out about the other women. I was shocked because in my head I thought he was a faithful husband.
He can't be a faithful husband because he just fucked you.
No, this was after all of that. Like, you know, we agreed just to be cool, you know. But
Y'all agree?
So she's saying that she thought that after he fooked her, that after that, he was a faithful husband. That's what
Oh,
this dumbass
wait.
said.
After he fucked her and then waited 2 weeks after that to tell her he was married, she
Mhm.
suddenly then thought, oh, he's faithful.
Y'all see why we doing this, right? Y'all see why we breaking all this shit down, right? Look, Keisha Marie said V pressure was going up. Right, Victoria, agreeing to be cool doesn't erase the fact that y'all fooked. And see, and now again, now this is where all the looking around and the trying to look around. You have literally trapped her in her own shit. And this is the part, I ain't gonna lie, V. This is the part where I looked at my TV and I said, I don't know who this V Lenore woman is, but I love this woman. I love this woman. Whoever this woman is, I don't know who V Lenore is. This is my first time ever seeing a V Lenore, but it was at this time, 58 minutes and 48 seconds into this damn interview, is when I said to myself, I love this woman. I don't know where she came from. Okay. I don't know what that painting is behind her, but I love this. This is when I declared my love for V Lenore for the first time. This was the moment. This was the moment, V, right here. Right here. Because this is when I knew it was about to get deep. Okay? I'm just saying.
Free to be cool though.
but I never asked him like what you out here doing. Like, you know, you see like you cheating. I never ever asked him anything about what him and his penis was doing.
Girl, you killing me.
It wasn't my place because, you know, we just friends. So, but I just assumed.
It's your place. If I lay down in the bed, it's my place.
That he was just a married person, you know, being married. I didn't, because I was shocked. I mean, if it's on the phone calls, I was shocked. I was like, boy, I wasn't shocked like mad, but I was just shocked like, oh my, I thought he was.
You see how she's talking over me?
Yep.
Call me naive, but I was just, I was like, damn, you was busy in 21, 22. And he started laughing. I was like, boy.
That's only the stuff you know about. Trust me,
it could be something that ain't even documented. Ain't no telling. That's what I'm saying. Ain't no telling.
Exactly.
Yeah, ain't no telling. How? I mean.
So okay, we talking about this encounter.
All right, don't just make that be right. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe. Might be some more.
Okay, but let me say this. I know, and I'm only bringing this up now because we're here talking about this little encounter, and I'm not trying to get in detail of your intimate business, but I would be curious to understand when you heard in the warrants about, was it in the warrants where it talks about toys and liquid Viagra and stuff like that? Did you see any of those things?
It's in the warrant, but it doesn't talk about the use of it. It just said he possessed that at the time of the arrest. It was in his bag. For me
to know he uses it. He wouldn't have it if he didn't use it. I mean,
it was right. It was on him when he got arrested. They mentioned it, right? Which he had other things on him that they could have mentioned. I think they were just trying to be messy when they did that because it was no need to mention that because they weren't illegal items to have. And then we was in court and they asked, did you test the items to see if any of the victims' situation was on there? And she was like, no. So what was the whole point in bringing it up? You didn't test it. You didn't try to link it to anything.
Wait, girl, you veering off. Come back. I want to know, did you see any of these things or detect.
I never
These
ever
things.
never with the Viagra thing. No.
Okay.
Toys. Yeah,
Yeah.
but not the Viagra thing.
Okay. So toys did happen.
And you know what, too? But then I've never dated nobody that old, or dealt with nobody that old. So,
Hi, love. Let me say this. Love is saying what I said. Faithful husband messing with you, how? So he can't be faithful and talking to you on the phone.
listen, me and him was not having a
Thank you, love.
when we decided to be friends, we weren't having messy conversations. And again, that was a one-time thing that I was like, we ain't doing that no more. So I don't know if that was a one-time thing that he just happened to, because some guys cheat one time. It's not, you got people that only cheat one time. I didn't know he was a serial cheater.
Girl.
Sonya.
Who the hell cheats one time?
Girl. And did you hear how she did admit to the toys being used, though?
Yes.
Mhm.
Why Miss Principal said she's professional at mismanaging her vagina.
Damn. Not mismanaging. Not a mismanaged pussy. Oh my God. Good God.
Oh my God. Del
Mm.
Sol, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, did she talk to him on the phone about not knowing he was married? That may be a complete made up storyline too. Um,
I
I
believe it's a
don't
lie.
know.
I believe
I
it's
don't.
all a lie. At this point, I do not believe that, and this is what I said early on. I think
Mhm.
all of that was a lie. I think that she probably did sleep with him the first day she saw him, and I bet he did tell her that he was married
Yeah.
because that's his claim to fame. So I believe that she knew, and she still made the choices she made, and she didn't expect to be questioned, you know, this thoroughly about that shit. And so she's lying, and she's not thinking about her lies before she even spews them. That's what I
Yeah.
think.
I think so too, V, because she's already like in her previous conversation, which is why I appreciate the way that you set her up, because in the previous conversation that you had with her about, she doesn't understand boundaries. So
Mm-hmm.
for her to try to all of a sudden make it seem like it's far-fetched when you've already said that you remain close to your married guy friends,
Mm-hmm.
and you all remain close, meaning that you don't respect boundaries. So we've already established that you are okay with crossing boundaries. We've already established that. So now with her trying to pretend like, oh, if I would have known, no, 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 no. We already know that's not true. So
Mm-hmm.
and then again, her timeline isn't adding up. None of this stuff is adding up and making sense. So
No.
he's going around doing all this stuff with all these women. You reading all this stuff, and he's messing with you. He's calling you, but some kind of way you gonna holler out that you thought he was a faithful husband.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Make any of that make sense?
You can't.
Victoria says someone said earlier he probably downplayed the marriage down to a contract, essentially alluding to him using Shirley. Victoria, I would think that was the case if I thought he gave a damn about his marriage. The fact that this man has been married 5 times, divorced twice, right? And the fact
Boy,
that
bye. Stop saying that.
and the fact that he has the fact that he has stepped out on Shirley. And if you remember I Am Hazel, that's not what he told I Am Hazel.
Mm-mm.
He told I Am Hazel, I'm married to somebody. So he used Shirley a lot as far as like clout, you know. So he didn't have a problem using Shirley as clout. So I don't think I think if he was somebody that gave a damn just a little bit, then maybe he would have done that. But I just don't think he gave a damn at all. Mm-mm,
He didn't.
mm-mm.
he's a
Sonya.
serial cheater, but I didn't know at the time. Again, I didn't ask.
Uh-huh. Okay, so let's move on now. I'm gonna move
Wasn't my
past
business. Once I said we just gonna be cool and friends, wasn't my business. Because my other friends, whatever they out here doing, I don't even ask. Because their penises, once I say we friends, their penises is not my business. I
but you
don't
know
even
what?
ask.
But
If
it
I
was
ain't
your
touching it,
business. Let me say this: it was your business before all that shit happened. It was your business, and next time, don't let that happen again. You better ask the right questions, okay?
Oh, I do now. I be on it. I be like, are you single, single, single? Like,
Okay. All right.
because
So
that ain't, man.
let me ask you this. Okay, so once he was arrested, you're saying
That
by
was
the
the first time that ever happened to me.
okay.
Why people keep trying to ask, are people afraid to bring their men around you? I'm like, girl, please. No. That was the first time I ever did anything with somebody that was somebody's situation. Never date people that got girlfriends, fiancés, or wives. That just was a slip up.
That was one of my questions. I
That
was
was a
going to
slip
ask.
up. Hmm?
Okay, but that was going to be one of my questions, honestly.
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right. So
No.
let's move on. So by the time you by the time he is arrested, you've seen him 5 times. Y'all talked or text on the phone pretty regularly, and then he's arrested. So you find out he's arrested because you said you didn't get a call. How did he call you? I'm just curious.
He would call like a breakfast call in the morning. Like start your day. Like a start your day call.
But I mean from jail. From jail.
When I found out he was in jail, I wrote him. Because he didn't know my number. It was a month after he was in jail. It was like around August 29th.
Hold on. When that happened, were you back in Florida?
I was in Florida still.
Okay, so you're in Florida at this time and he's in jail here. Got it. Okay, so you wrote him a letter when you found out where he was? Okay. How long does it take the mail to get to him? Like weeks or?
That might have took him like 3 days to call me after I mailed it, maybe 3-4 days.
That's pretty good. Okay.
But it was a paper thing. It wasn't, I didn't know about the digital stuff they got going on.
Okay.
I sent him an old school letter in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
And he called me. And I was like, why are you still in jail? Because I could see how when he got arrested and everything. I'm like, why are you still in jail? All your stuff is bondable.
Well, wait. At that time when he was arrested, how many charges was he facing at that time? 2. And what were those 2 charges?
When he first got arrested, he had a warrant from Calvin, which was the theft by deception.
Is that the one about the car? Is that dealing with the car?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so he had somehow with that car situation, that situation is squashed because that's not even one of his charges. That situation is squashed.
Okay.
He had the one thing with that one thing with Calvin, and then they went and pulled a search warrant on the 9th. They executed a search warrant, and they ended up arresting the co-defendant because of whatever she had in her house. But the house they thought was his.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't turn up anything. It was her house that turned up some stuff that she was doing.
Okay, so wait a second. Let's go back. You said the 2 charges was theft by deception, and that was exactly what again? Explain what that meant.
That was the guy saying that he walked in his business and offered something about homes for vets and credit repair. And which again, that warrant was.
Okay.
It was stating like they were strangers when they knew each other because they used to work together. So
Okay.
it's very questionable, the warrant. But that was the only one he had at the time. And then when they did the search warrant thing, then they arrested Erica, and that's when they brought up the conspiracy charges with them 2 together.
Okay, so the 2 charges was the theft by deception and then the conspiracy. Conspiracy of what though?
Conspiracy to all the stuff that she actually did. So when she filed documents in the court, they said he conspired with her. When she showed up in court and pretended to be a lawyer, they said he conspired with her.
That's right.
So every time she went in there and pretended, they said he conspired with her. So that's what the conspiracy charges are.
I was watching something recently that was talking about she was posing as his lawyer, correct? Now they knew each other for years though, right? Like decades, didn't they?
So people always try to say it like they was like this.
Well, they kind of had to be.
Okay, his wife didn't know her.
His wife don't know you either.
Oh.
Y'all trying to say they've known each other for 10 years. I just met him. And I was out of town the whole time and sick. So
Lenore, was you getting sick of her at this point?
I told you I was already sick of her before this point.
Was you?
I told you I was already sick of
The
her.
wife didn't know him. She ain't know you either, heifer. That's the look on your face.
Like,
That's the
duh.
look on your face right now. These, I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Now at this point, V, I don't know if you recognize it or not, but your smiles are not smiling the way they once were smiling. At the beginning of this, you were all like, "Yeah, girl, okay, Sonya, yeah. Hey, Shells, love. Hey, you were there, right? You were there, okay.
Uh-huh.
Hey, her daughter. Hey. Look at you now. Look at you now.
Oh my God.
Look at you now, V. V looking like heifer. She ain't know you either, heifer.
Right. We're not gonna play this game.
My
Okay.
God. Oh my God. This is too damn funny.
No one was going to know me because I was sick the first year and then I was out of town the second year. I never was introduced or met anybody. Whenever I saw him, it was always just him by himself. So I was never around to meet anybody. She's from here, not from here, but she stayed here. She's been here forever, Erica. And then if they live next door, like people tried to say, and
Yeah,
she's on
that's
his
what I was
page
gonna
three
say.
times. He got her on his page 3 times, his IG page.
Yeah,
But
so that's what I'm saying. But he knew her for 20 years, and they are partnering on some stuff. And he trusts her enough to have her come in there, and she's pretending to be a lawyer. Now you're not gonna tell me he didn't know she wasn't a lawyer,
can't ask that question to him, and I don't know.
right?
Only thing that I said about that with him, because I don't know, he's never mentioned anybody to me before he went to jail, so I don't know what their relationship was. I only assume that they weren't that close as people tend to want them to be. I think they were close on some things, but I don't think they were close where so she know the kids, she's coming over here and then da 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 type stuff. I don't think they were up. I don't believe they were personally close.
Okay, so
Only because,
what?
like I said, he called me when he when he went to court for that charge, and they were reading off the charges, and they were talking, and they read off her name.
Hey, V, Lenore, let me ask you
Uh-huh.
this. Do you normally have this many issues with your earring falling off? Because I find it very, I find it, I find it awfully coincidental that when you talking to this heifer, that your earring can't stay on.
No,
I find it
normally I don't have these types of issues. I don't.
when you talking to Dennis,
No,
when you don't have this issue at all.
no, no,
Okay,
no.
all right, okay, because I don't
When I'm
know.
talking to you, nope, nope, never
When you
had
talk to
one.
Legacy Moon,
Nope, not
no,
one
okay,
time. Not one
okay,
time.
okay, all right. I'm
Yeah.
just asking because it's
When I
awfully
talked
funny.
to Ed Gordon, didn't happen. Didn't happen.
Okay, okay, all right, all right. Not even when you talk to Jerron Hurt.
Nope. Not even Jerron Hurt.
But
Nope.
this heifer right here, your earring refuses to stay the fuck on. You,
I can't with you. I
you-
cannot.
with this heifer, your
Nerve.
earring refused to stay the fuck on. That's what you're saying. Damn it, V, this earring done fell off 3 different times.
I can't stand you. I just can't.
Just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, I ain't know. I
I'm
ain't know if this
sorry.
is.
I'm sorry if it's a distraction for the people. My bad.
So
I have a lot. Huh?
when you talking to Pastor, when you talking
Mm-hmm.
to Pastor, y'all having a conversation, your earring don't
Yeah.
be falling off.
Not never. Not
Okay.
never.
All right. All right.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And I just want y'all to understand there was a lot I had to juggle. You know what I'm saying? I had to juggle making sure I'm looking at the chat. I had to make sure I'm asking the right questions. I have to listen to this heifer. And on top of all of that, I still had to manage that fucking earring. Okay? There was a lot going on.
Yeah, there was. A lady 747. A lady 747 said that earring kicking V's ass. It seemed it seemed like it. It seemed like it. Right. Right.
It is winning.
That
It is
that that
winning.
that earring is trying to run away, said my tie. Yeah. I'm just saying. Jeez. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame it at all. This don't make no god doggone sense. Okay, I was just wondering. Okay, let's listen, y'all.
He didn't know who it was. He thought they had the wrong person in there with him. So for him to be that close, for them to say, like everybody trying to assume they're that close, he would know her married name. It's her married name, and he didn't know it. She thought
Well,
he only had 10.
Before we go there, I don't even want to get into what he says he knew or didn't know. Let's just talk about it like, okay, I'm pretending like I'm you in this moment, and I'm learning these things, right? I'm learning about these charges that this man that I don't really know has, right? He's got two. At this time, he only has these two. One is the credit repair thing, okay? The other one is, I'm sorry, what was the other one? The second one?
The conspiracy
The
charges.
conspiracy of what she was doing, which was also sort of like scamming kind of situation, right? Per se, quote unquote.
Well, yeah, this is August, September of 22, right?
Okay. So when you're learning these two things, and I guess in your mind you're thinking, well, if he says he's innocent, we'll just see how this plays out. Is that what you were thinking at that time? And you were just going to support him as a friend and believe what he said about it? Okay, I'll give you that. Now, when these other charges came down, which are much more serious, right? We've got
in January, the CP charge came.
CP, and yet you guys, as you know, we're talking about child corn, on the cob, and the other one is SA, right?
That didn't come out till July of 23.
Okay, so now let's talk about the fact that now you're learning about these charges that actually sound very heinous to hear about, right? And now here's this man. So he didn't tell you he was married until after you slept with him. So that's deception. He omitted truth there. Because by not telling you, he lying. As far as I'm concerned, when you omit the truth, you lying. And he omitted that on purpose so he could do exactly what he did with you. Okay.
He knew better. He didn't have to go because he knew he was married. Right.
But that's deception. So then you don't know this dude. You really don't know.
It's not deception because I didn't ask and get the wrong answer.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So I don't feel like
She's a fool.
She's so stupid.
She
is so stupid. There's no other way to describe her, y'all. It sounds mean. Oh, why you calling her stupid? Because she is stupid. Lenore is telling her something that we all have known as children because our parents have told us this before. If you ain't telling the whole truth, you telling a lie. If you leave something out, you're lying. We all learn this, and she is sitting here trying to figure out a way, again, not listening to learn or to understand. She is trying to find a way that you gonna be wrong, V. That you no. Because see, I didn't ask the question to get a deceptive answer, so it's not. No, that's not what she said to you, dummy. What she said was he did not tell you something that he knew was critical to your interaction. He left it out. It's omission.
Yep. And it was deliberate.
Exactly. Exactly. And
If that happened like that, you know what I'm saying? If in fact he did hide the shit, because again, at this point, we don't even know if that was the truth. You know what I'm saying? He probably
right,
told you that shit, but even in her trying to retell a story to help him, she fucks him up even more. She fucks herself up in the process.
right. I just she is and what is really bothering me about this whole thing, and she's been doing it the whole time. That's why I say you're doing a good job in this, because what she's doing is, instead of like taking in what you're saying, she is trying to find a rebuttal for everything. This heifer literally was sitting there as you were talking. Let me go back just a few seconds and look at when you're telling her this. Just look at her expression, as if you're wrong. She's looking at, she gonna have a look on her face like you telling her a whole lie. Watch this.
We're talking about child corn, on the cob. And the other one is SA, right?
That didn't come out till July of 23.
Okay. So now let's talk about the fact that now you're learning about these charges that actually sound very heinous to hear about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now here's this man. So he didn't tell you he was married until after you slept with him. So that's deception. He omitted truth there.
You see this look where she's trying to figure out how you're wrong about this, instead of taking it in and understanding that Ernesto Williams, they say he nasty, is a liar. Instead of just taking that in, now she's trying to find a way to rebut what you're saying, which is absolutely ridiculous, because you ain't told this woman no lie this entire interview. Not at all.
Not at all.
Because by not telling you, he lying. As far as I'm concerned, when you omit the truth, you lying.
See that look right there? She's trying to figure out some shit to make Ernesto still be the guy that she thinks that he is. Because see, what you're doing right now, Lenore, is you are revealing to her the type of dude that Ernesto is. Nobody else in any other interview has revealed to her why we think what we think about Ernesto. And why we're not just ganging up on him and saying that he lying just to be saying that he lying. Now you're actually making sense to her, and she does not want to accept it. That is what is happening right now on the right side of the screen.
Yep.
And it's sad. It's truly sad that she can't accept this shit.
Facts.
Now watch this, y'all.
And he omitted that on purpose so he could do exactly what he did with you. Okay.
He knew better. He didn't have to go because he knew he was married. Right.
But that's deception. So then you don't know this dude. You really don't know.
It's not deception because I didn't ask and get the wrong answer.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So
You
I don't feel like
have
like it was deception. I just feel like he knew better and he shouldn't have on that. I don't feel like it was deception. I just feel like by him being a married person,
that's deception.
he knew better.
Yeah, know better because he was deceiving his wife and you in that moment. It'd be different if he told you and then you guys agreed to, okay, I don't give a shit, and then you go do what you do. But that's not what he did. He didn't even give you that option.
And that's what I got. That was part of the argument that I gave him.
Exactly.
But my argument was I don't do that. And you messed my record up because I went my whole life not ever doing that. And that was an issue. That was more of an issue with me than, because I was like, I ain't never did that before. And I pride myself on never being that person. And then I get 52.
Yeah.
Screwed my record. So I had a problem.
Let me say this.
More
Hold
than
on,
anything.
hold on. AFV Media, thank you so much for your super chat. They want me to ask you about
the Hazel and Miss Jones thing. I don't know anything about that. That girl said it was 2016. I didn't meet him till 20.
Okay. And then her daughter, my other moderator said, it's civil. So
I told you her daughter was trolling
when you were talking about.
They trying to be funny. Listen, a couple attorneys agreed with me on that. So nah. Anyway.
Well, are they his attorneys? The ones that
They were speaking. They were speaking to me on behalf of his charge, his cases and stuff. Yeah, they was not
but
not
are
the
they
ones he have
representing?
now. This is a couple attorneys that I talked to that I was going to hire for him that do criminal law here. And then I spoke to, like I said, I spoke to a prosecutor and I spoke to a couple police officers. And like they said, they got to prove that the relationship had criminal intent. And how they try to spin it in court, she was trying to say, oh, he walk up to women and say, my wife is this, in hopes of trying to woo them and con them. And I was like, why would you pick a woman that looks like she's not doing financially well? Because there's a lot of women here that's winning, driving nice cars, carrying the bags, looking like money. So why would he choose somebody that didn't look like that if it was a scam? You're gonna go after the prize if you scamming people. You're not gonna go after somebody that look like they're not doing all that well financially.
So that's how you choose. You think that's how people choose their marks all the time, based upon just their appearance alone?
Common sense would tell a person, this is the thing. If you look at the lifestyle of a person, like when I met him, my bills were like $7,000 a month. If you got bills that are 10,000, 15,000 a month, and you trying to scam somebody, you're not scamming nobody that's struggling.
That's not true. Now I'm gonna tell you why.
It's a waste of time if your
No.
mentality feels the need to scam somebody that's struggling. Because
Let me explain something to you. Most people who get scammed are not rich people. Rich people are not the folks getting scammed. It's the poor people that get scammed. And if you have a credit, I'm just saying, and
Girl,
you say
listen.
he didn't have this business, but let's
If
say
he- if it took him-
example. Hold
Look.
on. Let me give you an
You see how
example.
she's trying
If
to
you've got a
talk
credit
over me?
repair business, that already tells you somebody.
Yeah, because she already has a pre-canned answer for this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, V, let me tell you what happened. Legacy Moon apparently has been agitated by Sonya. Legacy Moon gets agitated very quickly by Sonya while down Jackson. She does. So Legacy Moon has requested to come up. Legacy Moon, what is on your mind?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, this heifer don't know what a date is. I She doesn't know what a date is. She doesn't know what sex is. I am so freaking confused about what's going on right now. But what is this we? When we went to court, they did not mention the DNA or someone's situation was on. But first of all, what is we? Who? We who? And what court? What court was this? Where do they present evidence that say, oh, so and so's DNA was on the dildo? I mean, that just does not happen. What is wrong with her? It is something wrong. Can somebody help me? What's wrong with her? Does anybody know?
No, we don't.
She
We
doesn't
don't.
even know so let me get this straight. If I don't spend the night, that means we didn't, I mean, the sex don't count? I'm confused. I don't understand what that.
She literally thought
She's
sleeping
just trying to
together
act
meant
like she didn't understand
Well,
going to bed and literally going to sleep.
right.
how old is she? I mean, we are
Yeah.
not. This is really. I mean, I'm listening to this again because I'm hearing this with a different mindset because we know more. And it's like you're asking her
Mm-hmm.
questions and she's giving eighth grade answers. I don't understand
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But I had told you before, this is how I found you is when you interviewed her. And I just going back through this, I'm just sitting here like this woman, you can't be serious. And then she has, if I am not mistaken, and I gotta look into it, she has contradicted some things on here. Um, she did an interview with Sylvia. I never played that interview. I'm thinking about doing it
Mm-hmm.
now, but she's kind of contradicting what she's telling you right now, like back
Mm-hmm.
in 2024. So that's all. I was just annoyed. I was just annoyed. And
Mm-hmm.
that's all I wanted. I just wanted to mention that she doesn't know what a date is. She doesn't know what apparently sex is. I guess it doesn't count if you don't spend the night. I don't know. And then, she says she doesn't ask, where his penis. Well, I mean, any penis that's entering me, I want to know where it's been, where it's
She
going,
better
what it's
ask.
doing.
Right.
But she
Talking about that ain't
didn't.
her business. I said it was your
Yeah.
business. Right before you fucked him, it was your business.
And
Dummy.
I'm confused. How was she in? Okay, either she was engaged or she wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice this? Because in this interview, she was engaged, but by about four paragraphs down, she wasn't engaged anymore. It was an
Mm-hmm.
ex. Which
Yeah,
is
no,
it?
that's what I said earlier is that, even that went over my head too, because she did say it at the beginning and I was like, oh yeah, you were engaged. And then we moved away from that so fast. She said something else that I didn't even, because I never bought into this idea that she was engaged. I had not heard that prior to her saying it to me. So
Hmm.
I didn't know where it came from. And I think I just didn't allow that to register in that moment because I didn't believe her anyway. So
Hmm.
when we moved on to something else that completely contradicted her saying that she had been engaged, it just it wasn't, it didn't
Well,
even
I
come to
mean,
me to say something.
a lot of stuff is gonna go over because she's telling so many tales and
Yeah.
spinning so many webs. It's hard to catch everything. That's why I said listening to this now is totally different from listening to it the first
Then.
time.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're really catching some things here, but I'm just, I just had to ask these questions, and I just had to bring forth the fact that she does not know what sex is. I think, I think a lady said, since there was no jammies and no breakfast in bed, I guess it wasn't, you
Right.
know. So yeah, yeah, that's all I
Legacy,
wanted.
legacy, let me help you out, okay? I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna help you out, okay? I'm gonna sum up this entire conversation that we've had between V. Lenore and Sonya Waller Durham Jackson III. Okay, you ready?
Hmm.
Okay.
Y'all sound clown. That sound like a clown statement.
Okay. Okay. I
Y'all
just
sound
want to
clown. You sound clown.
I just want to sum it up for you.
Y'all sound clown. That sound like a clown statement.
All she's made tonight is clown statements. Okay.
But when did she, that part about court, and see, that was hard to catch too, because, like I said, she's firing so many things at you, but when we went to what court? You never went to court until after you ran everybody away. And the prosecution is not going to sit up here and say, oh, we have so and so's DNA on the toys, because technically your DNA would be on there too. So what are we saying here? It's just hard,
Mhm.
mm-mm. Yeah. So that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. She's just annoying me, and I cannot. I cannot. Oh, thank you, I Vibes. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. I'm going back to I'm gonna lay back down and finish listening to this clown mess. She's spewing.
Everybody, give it up, y'all, for Legacy Man.
Bye, Legacy Mom.
Look at showing off. Bye,
I,
y'all. Let me
I
figure out
can't
how to
wait.
get out.
Oh yeah, how do you get out of here? Now that you
Uh,
mentioned it.
I don't know.
Oh my
I guess
God. How do you get out of here?
I,
I,
I, I'll go ahead and get you out.
How
Okay,
is that
Legacy
gonna
Man.
yeah.
happen? How do you get out of here? I'm
I don't
looking.
I don't know, but I'll go ahead. I'll get you out, Legacy Moon. Okay.
Ooh. Oh my gosh. Look at our private chat,
Still
Native.
Where
We have a private chat.
we do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we do. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh wow. How you know that and I ain't know that was there?
I'm looking at the it's got to be in your where the comments are, right?
It is, but I ain't look down there. I wasn't looking down there. But yeah, that was always the plan.
Okay.
Let's listen to some more.
Somebody's
Okay.
not doing well. Because they got bad
Okay,
credit.
so he said he didn't have one. So they didn't even have an official name. They didn't have it under the thing. He didn't show up with a card. And again, like I said, that whole situation with Calvin didn't even make sense because again, Calvin was a barber that worked in a barber shop with him. So why that whole, like I said, that whole warrant didn't even make sense. He didn't come in and meet him and say, hey, I got a credit report. Da, 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 da. He knew him as I work in the shop with him. He worked in his shop. So he was an employee. And then they said, oh, he picked him out of a lineup. Like it's worded as if there's two strangers who just met and he sold them this dream and he gave him some money. And I really didn't know him when in fact he did know him very well. So
Does that, let's say he knew him for 20 years. If what he says is true, that he gave this person, he was sold a dream and he bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Does that make a difference?
well, the thing of it is because of the facts of certain things, the big facts of that piece of paper, I doubt everything on it. Because
Okay.
they could have just told the truth. If it was an honest, if this is what happened and it's a flat out crime, then why didn't you word it truthfully? Why did you word it like this and try to make it seem like he just walked in and
Maybe
introduced
that's
to be
what they were
this?
under the impression of at the time. Maybe
Hmm?
that hasn't been disclosed to them yet. Maybe whoever wrote the warrant, it hadn't been disclosed to them, the truth
He had
behind
to
that
write the
relationship.
warrant the way the guy told him because
That's what I'm
he's
saying.
talking to a stranger. So why would the police could have only gotten what's on the warrant from the person who gave
That's
them the
my point.
information,
That's my point.
which
So
would be the victim. So if the
that's my
victim said
point.
this, right? So if the victim said this, that, and the other,
Mhm.
it just doesn't make sense.
Oh, V, you got her. You got her. Did you see the look? You got her. Y'all, let me tell you, V is so good at this. I don't even think V Lenore understands how good she is at this. But like this has been so enlightening with everything that we know, right? And we are literally halfway through this. Okay, so when we gonna do part two? When we gonna do part two?
We can do part 2 next Tuesday.
Let's do part two next Tuesday over at V Lenore's house. We are exactly halfway through this. V Lenore, thank you for being you. Okay, thank you for being who you are. And I think like everybody says the same thing. This is when they discovered you. This is when they realized who you were. We all subscribed. I know I subscribed immediately. Like
Aw.
I subscribed immediately because I was like, if this how she handles Sonya Waller Durham Jackson III, one of the biggest menaces on YouTube right now, I want to hear more.
Oh,
That's what I see.
well,
That's
I thought I almost lost you when I told the story about me and my daddy. You know, when you asked me in the chat, could you tell
I
me the
wanted to know.
context?
Yes, I
What
wanted
was
to know
your
the
question?
context. I wanted to know the context in which you was calling your daddy a nigga because you said I used to call my daddy a nigga all the time, and I needed some context. V, I needed some context. Okay, I wanted to understand how and when you was calling this nigga a nigga. You know what I'm saying?
What do I call this nigga?
I
Child.
just wanted to know when you was calling this nigga a nigga. Like when was it at? Like was it at Christmas time? Nigga, what is this? I wanted an easy bake oven. Nigga, if you don't get your ass out there and get me an easy bake oven, I'ma know something.
I'm a no son.
Nigga, what the hell is this? This ain't Barbie, nigga. You took your black ass to the store and couldn't get me a real Barbie. This ain't Barbie.
I hate you.
This-
I hate you so much. Oh my God. Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
saying, I needed to understand how you was calling because calling my daddy a nigga was not an option, V. I'm
Well,
just saying,
yeah.
especially at 2 years old. Okay. When I was 2 years old, I couldn't call that nigga a nigga. That's all I'm saying. Shit.
Yeah. It was a different kind of home, you know.
Apparently. Apparently. Shit.
Anywho, well,
Shit.
first of all, Native, thank you so much for having me over. for even considering doing this tonight. So this was great that you thought enough of my content to say, hey, it's worth listening to again. So thank you so
Absolutely.
much for that. And then of course, I love the tribe. A lot of these people in the tribe, they look familiar. Like sometimes I think that they could be some of the people that are V-stylers.
Hmm.
Although when they're at my place, it couldn't be them. Because see, when
Hmm.
they're over at my house, they cuts of food. They're very disrespectful sometimes in my chat. But over
Oh,
here,
oh,
they seem very nice. So that's
oh.
why I think that they can't be the same people. But some of them look familiar.
So you're saying that you've seen the Dimples Wimples before? That's
I
what you're
have
saying?
seen Dimples Wimples before. She sounds and looks familiar,
Hmm.
but there is a Dimples Wimples that's on my channel,
Hmm.
and she cuts up. So I'm
Okay.
thinking it can't be the same one.
Are you so? But so you're saying you've seen them folks before? You've seen a Mai Tai
I
before? That's what you're saying?
I
I
have
remember.
seen Jim folks. Yes,
Uh-huh.
my Thai,
Mhm,
Ira Vibes. Yes,
mhm,
yes. A lot of
mhm,
these names seem familiar, but it
mhm,
can't
mhm,
possibly be the same people.
mm.
So
Gotcha.
I'm grateful that your people were very nice to me.
Yeah, yeah. No, they are. They're a good group. I love them. I love them to pieces. I really do. So, so when you come over here, they act very well, very proper.
That's
Very
nice.
demure, very
That's nice.
demure. Okay.
They should teach a lesson or two to my chat. I don't know. They should,
I,
yeah. They should
I
teach
think
them.
so.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
think so. V Lenore, what are you doing tomorrow? Tomorrow is Wednesday. What you got on the
Oh,
plate? You got anything?
well, first and foremost, one thing I'm going to do, and this was the other thing I was going to thank you about. Thank you
Mhm,
for allowing me to be able to see and experience this new streaming platform. Because tomorrow I will be playing with that. That's the first
mhm.
thing.
Okay.
I also plan to, child was doing some research today on the one and only Jerron Hurt and his lion leprechaun ass. So we might
Okay.
have to talk about him tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I might get back into doing some of this Sonya and Ernesto stuff, but just so much going on. I know I need to have a members only. So I don't know. I have so much to do. And so I don't know what all I can fit in tomorrow. But I'm going to try my best to get a couple of things in tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So y'all look out for V Lenore at the V Lenore show. We gonna do part two, and we gonna wrap this thing up next Tuesday. Y'all do not miss it, because as you can see in this, look, the smiles are gone, the excitement is gone. All that, hey, Sheila, hey, honey daughter, all that's gone. All that's gone, gone out the window. So we got
Yeah.
to see the way that V Lenore finishes this interview strong, right? And Sonya Waller Durham Jackson hangs up on V Lenore for the first time. And I say
Not the
first
first.
time because there is a second time.
There is a second time. And if we need to, we can pull that bitch up too. Okay.
Absolutely. Now, V Lenore, I don't know if you know this or not, but Miss Principal has been assigned. She is the summary person for Native Tribe Urban Media,
Oh,
and
okay.
she summarizes the live. And so
Oh,
Miss Principal says, "Call summary. Sonya mismanages her vaginal resources." I don't know if it gets more accurate than this, and you can see why. And you can see why Miss Principal has been assigned.
I love it. I love it.
That
And
is
it
why
does
she is.
seem it seems pretty accurate, but then
Exactly.
again, you can't mismanage something that ain't worth a damn. Like if it ain't
Yeah.
worth a damn, what you gonna do? What you got to work with?
That is true. That is true.
I'm
Whew.
I'm sure it's garbage. Anyway, thank
Listen,
you,
y'all.
Nick.
Everybody, give it up for the Lenore.
Thank you, my love. Please kick me out like you did Legacy Moon. Don't treat
I
her
will,
better than you treat me, okay?
no, I no, I will get you out of here because apparently y'all don't know how to get down. So I will,
We don't, okay? Bye,
I
y'all.
will
Love you.
see y'all tomorrow, V Lenore.
Mwah. Bye.
Bye, y'all. Look, it has been a night. It has been a night. We have had some fun on some old stuff that we thought we knew, and ain't nothing like listening to some old stuff again. Look, y'all, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I don't know what exactly I'm going to be doing tomorrow, but y'all look out for me tomorrow. You know how sometimes I just wake up and I just feel like doing a scam fish. As a matter of fact, there is a scam fish that I want to show y'all, so maybe we will do that. But I will definitely be in your life at some point tomorrow, so be on the lookout for that. And hey, Bian, how are you? Listen, Dimples Wimples brings up a very good point. Dimples Wimples said Native has some new merchandise. I do indeed have some good merchandise, y'all. And it is new. It is in the Native shop, nativetribeshop.com. Feel free to go pick up a hoodie, go pick up a tumbler, go pick up I got some gators for if you want to get them measles germs away from you. Just go check me out. Go check me out, see how you can support the channel in that way. But that's all I got. That's all I got. Y'all been rocking with me for a little bit, well, about 20 minutes past 4 hours on this thing. So thank y'all for coming through. I appreciate it. All right. Listen, we were trying to get through this. So if I didn't acknowledge your super chat, let me do it now. Thank you so much for every single super chat. We didn't quite make the goal, but there was some effort there. So thank y'all for everybody that gave a super chat, everybody that hit the Cash App, everybody that hit the PayPal. And thank you for hitting the like button. Liking this video does tell YouTube that you like this video, and it puts it in front of more people that might like this video. And that helps the channel grow. Shout out to all the new members. Shout out to my mods, the Notorious Native Tribe Mod Squad. Ladies, thank you for handling everything behind the scenes. I do appreciate everything that you do. Thank you all so much. Shirley's divorce, finally, we are praying for you. We are praying for your family, for your peace. At this time, y'all keep Shirley's divorce finally in your prayers. Keep her daughter in your prayers. Just keep that whole family in their prayers as Shirley has lost her dad. So we will definitely be thinking about you and praying for you. All right. But y'all, that's all I got. I want y'all to get some sleep. Okay. Y'all get some sleep. And I don't know who needs to hear this, but you are enough. You are beautiful. Yes, you are beautiful. You are loved and you are blessed. And there isn't anything that anybody can do about that, not even you. I will see you all tomorrow.